Yes, much like Mariah Carey, it is after Halloween, which means it's Christmas music. Christmas music can stop the day before Thanksgiving, and then halfway through Thanksgiving, you should all be listening to Christmas music anyway. You should be listening to PGN Christmas music, because we've got like 5.5 hours of Christmas music in every genre. Granted, it's a lot of the same song over and over and over, but I can't do anything about that. I want to say hello to everybody. I want to thank everybody for yesterday. We did a good job yesterday. We raised some money for Extra Life. We will try to raise more money for Extra Life. Thanksgiving is just practice for Christmas cooking. I am a terrible sinner when it comes to Thanksgiving and Christmas. And the reason why I'm a terrible sinner is because I do not do my own cooking. I have not cooked for Thanksgiving or Christmas in probably 5 years. And the reason why is I don't have a good enough kitchen to cook, because I have a very small kitchen. I have a very obnoxious kitchen. It's one of those late 90s, early 2000s ideas that I don't know if people are familiar with, like what people had just naturally gravitated towards eating out for like half their meals. So I have a full oven. I have a microwave. I have an island, but I don't have countertop space because I only have about 2.5 feet of counter space to my left to the sink. So I can't really prep food there. And then I only have one cabinet width to my right of the stove. So I can't prep food on the left or the right of the stove and then have it ready to pop into the oven or the pan or something. So that's one thing. When I moved to Florida, I'm gonna be really particular about my last house. I'm gonna be really, really particular. I have an island, but the problem is the island is narrow. The island is very, very, very narrow. So it's kind of hard to prep multiple meals or multiple stages of a meal. And then the way the cabinets are, they didn't create a nice easy way to use the back burners on the stove. So yeah, when I move to my next house, I want a functional kitchen. Like I can cook what I need to cook for me and my wife. I can cook what I need to cook for me and my wife and my kid. But when I start trying to do like Thanksgiving, where I'm trying to do, like, God forbid I ever tried to cook a turkey, that just doesn't work. Plus my family aren't real big turkey people anyway. I'm a turkey person. My kids are ham people. So the last couple of years I just decided it's pain in the ass. I'm gonna go with shit, I didn't bring the dog. I'm gonna go with like caterers. This year I'm doing honey baked ham. So everything's frozen and I'll have to reheat everything. But we'll see how that goes. I have to say the event I'm not totally in love with the lunar event. They did do a good survey yesterday. If you're a once human player, there's a survey waiting for you in your mailbox about. I'm not sure if it's for everybody. I think that one's for everybody. They put a nice survey out where they asked some questions like, are you satisfied with the lunar cycle? Are you satisfied with these things? And the truth is, I'm really not. I love the game, but I've hit the point in the game where I hate the RNG. And this is something that I talk about in all games. Games have to be respectful of player time. As we were talking about yesterday, games have to be respectful of player time because of the psychology of addiction. Like, why do you play a game? You play a game for feel-good chemicals. And, you know, sometimes when a viewer says something to me on a show, I end up, Island, or, Bannister. Sometimes when a viewer says something to me, I spent the better part of yesterday afternoon, reviewing chemical addiction and psychological addiction, because I'm a human, and sometimes I have to acknowledge if somebody is really adamant about something I'm saying is wrong, even if that particular person can't give me citations, I'm still gonna go look it up. And I did, and the person was absolutely wrong. There was a couple of things I didn't have 100% right, but I was at least in the right ballpark. Other than the Lunar Lord or whatever he's called, it's basically the same as the last lunar run. Right, and I think a really big problem of that is, I've never gotten a 5 anything dog. You got me my 5-4. I think there's a big problem with the amount of effort you put into an event, and then you never get the items you're looking for. I'm not saying to make it easy. I'm saying to make it possible. Like, you can make it 1,000 essences. You could make it 10,000 whispers. You could make the draw whatever you feel you need to make the draw. But what I don't want to see, then some motherfuckers would chat about getting their 30th 5-5. Yeah. And that's where we run into a disconnect. I know a couple of players that have 5-5 zap cams. One player got their 5-5 zap cam on their first run. Their first run, they got a 5-5 zap cam. And then there's other players who've killed hundreds of the lords and still don't have a 5-5. And I'm not saying, and notice, I'm not saying everything needs to be given away. I'm not saying give anything away. Have a system where you can turn in the crappy deviation you don't want and get a coin, get a ticket, get a voucher, get a whatever. And then allow people who want to actually continue doing progression. Those people are going to be in, and they're going to be grinding content. Like, for example, if you want this to be a social game, then make the rewards for running silos in a group better than the rewards for running the silos solo. If you told me I had a better chance, not a better chance, if you told me I would get a 5-5 if I did X number of runs in a group of 4, then I would get 2 more friends to play. I would recruit 2 more people and be like, hey man, this is what we're doing today. We're grinding the shit out of this. Then when they come in like, oh, I need to grind the shit out of that. Cool, we'll grind the shit out of it. No problem. I'm not saying take away the RNG chance. I'm not saying take away the shortcut. The shortcut, the reward for the randomness is good. I'm not, in no way, shape, or form am I saying take that away. Thank you. What I'm saying is, we need to be cognizant of. They could just remove the restrictions on vision aware variants so we could breed them. Right? They could do that. Get out of the fucking floor. What are you doing? But even that, let's talk about the breeding system, because that's a great talking point too. The breeding system is nothing more than a layer of RNG on top of a layer of RNG. There's no skill involved. There's simply slam these things into the slam the parents in and hope for the best. I was hoping that the system would be like you put a 3-3 and a 3-3. And so now you're 6-6. Well, to get to a 5-5, now you have to feed more and more, chowder. And then make it so that a 3-3 and a 3-3 can't produce a 5-5, but they can produce a 4-4. And so now I've got to go through the steps of, oh shit, okay. Well, in order to get this, I'm gonna have to have 4 3-3s to get 2 4-4s. To get 1 5-5. Once I have a 5-5, like they should have done it in two stages. They should have done it where you know that you're gonna upgrade, but if you want to then put traits in the middle, right? Like that's again, I did a 5-5 and a 3-5, and I got a 3-5. Like it is very frustrating to not be able to get the upgrades that you want to do. It's just very, very, very aggravating. Like that's a 4-4 and a 4-4, which should upgrade to a 4-5, a 5-4, or a 5-5. But I think they're running out of money. I think they're running out of money with how many deals they're running. I think they made all the money that they're going to make because a lot of the questions the surveys have been asking are about monetization. Which, if you think about it, they haven't really... My backpack is full. They haven't really done a very good job of, how shall we say, developing content. They've done an awful lot of developing of things to sell in the cash shop. They did do the Pale World crossover, but they haven't, like the last content we got was Endless Dream, and Endless Dream, sure, like it's fun, but where the disconnect is, you do it once, it's just ass pain for the sake of ass pain. It's just an annoyance for the sake of being an annoying scenario. What's up? It's another day, another dollar. It's another extra life day. And I'll do some extra life on well, tomorrow I'm just gonna do chat. I'm gonna do just chatting most likely. and sit and talk about non-political stuff while we try to raise money for extra. Oh, I gotta. There's unread mail. Yeah, again, don't remind me. Like, they don't want you to stay on the permanent server. They remind you all the time that you can sign up for a new one. Like, I'm cool. I'm good on the temporary server. Thanks though. So right now I'm playing. We cleared all our content for the week, and we cleared all our content for the week because I want to do. Oh, that's a lot of wheat. Oops. I'm working on a CK3 playthrough, which is the hardest playthrough I've done. I've put my own self-imposed rule on it. The self-imposed rule is that I cannot fabricate any claims. By my own self-imposed rule, I am not allowed to fabricate any claims. So I can only expand my holdings by events that give me claims, or like marrying off a nephew to a girl or marrying off my nephew to a woman who's like 70 but has a claim, so she dies in a couple of years, either by naturally or by accidents will occur, and then hopefully they've had kids. Well, it doesn't work if she's that old. It has to be the other way around. Matrilineally, an old man with a niece. Matrilineal marriage. The kids are my dynasty. He has one kid, croaks, and now the kid has claims. Expand my empire that way. That is probably the hardest way I've ever played a game of CK3, but it's entertaining. As opposed to my future here today, which I know will be a fine exercise of frustration. Okay, my backpack is full. Oh, that's right. I didn't get rid of all the wheat. I do agree with you, Rail, that there is a lot they need to continue to work on. If they want this game to survive, they're gonna have to recognize they've gone down 40 miles of bad road in some sections. And they're gonna have to address that. And one of the big places they've gone down 40 miles of bad road is they're not releasing content updates to their existing scenarios, which they don't necessarily have to once they get the scenarios in a, how shall we say, better state. If they got the scenarios in a better state, but that's going to involve people accepting like actual meaningful progression. What we don't have right now, yeah, they went down 40 miles of bad road, they blew a tire and they're almost out of gas. You're not wrong. The problem comes in, players don't want, hold on, don't do that. Players don't want to have meaningful progression anymore. And honestly, I don't think we can, I don't think that we can have good games with the current players. I think it's the current players that make it impossible. Like, if I can't breed myself a 5/4, I'll need a 5/4, but hold on to that one for now. But the problem we're having is you try to say stuff to players like, you know, you'd have more fun if you actually had to work for stuff. And they're like, no, I wouldn't. I just want everything handed to me. Well, the problem with everything being handed to you is then you're bored. Then you're hitting the what's next. You're hitting the what's next too fast. Like Chrono Odyssey. Now that we're really kind of looking at what there is on the market, Chrono Odyssey and Arcade Chronicles really are it. They really, really are it as far as what's in the pipeline and what could potentially, you know, come to market. Why do you run away? Get over there. Yeah, they're doing another custom server scenario contest. The issue, honestly, it's not that they're hurting for ideas. What they're hurting for, they want to lease servers because leasing servers is easy money. Leasing official servers is an easy way for them to make an awful lot of cheddar. And right now, they don't know how to get people on to the custom servers because everything is too easy. You made the custom servers so that people can basically play through the game in like God mode. Well, that's fine, but it really doesn't. Where are my hot dogs? It really doesn't lend itself to people staying dedicated to the game. When you get why do you grind through a game? Because there's still more stuff for you to do. If you have no more stuff to do, then you why did I log into CK3 for 20 hours this week instead of logging into this? Because I'm frustrated with this game. Because I'm not making meaningful progression. It's all RNG progression. Well, after a while, the psychology behind it is, why do we do things? Because they feel good. Well, if it doesn't feel good, if it feels like a job, if it feels like a chore, then that doesn't mean that putting time gates in the way can't be a good thing. I don't necessarily agree with the Final Fantasy XIV method of when they do the new dungeons, you can only get one piece of gear a week. When they do the new 8-mans, you can only get one drop per dungeon a week for the first 4 weeks, and then they change it when the new content comes out. I understand why they're doing it, because they're putting a throttle on it, but I don't know why, because many people have multiple classes, so don't put a throttle on it. If the person wants to run all of the content, let them run the content. I understand what Starry did. I kind of understand. They don't want people to be able to max out all their mods. But at this point, when are you going to make content that actually is difficult? And when I say difficult, I don't mean annoying, I mean difficult. Leia Labs isn't difficult. Leia Labs is just annoying. Like, it's just an annoying dungeon to solo. It's not a difficult dungeon to solo, it's just obnoxious. And it's not even like Leia Labs was the best place to go for mods, and now you've given everybody 9 other ways to get mods. So why, like, I see people all the time, anybody want to grind Leia? And I was like, what, first room for Rebecca's? No, the whole thing. Why? Why are you grinding it? It's like the people who say stuff like, why worry about people mixing mods when you fucking let people mix and match blueprints and everything else in the game? Right. It's like, I gotta go back in a little bit. I need to unlock the wish machine. I can just barely do it. I can just barely open the wish machine. I have 31,000 star crumb. I can just barely clear the 3 new categories. And yeah, I agree with you. Why are you worried about the small stuff? And you're not worried about the big stuff. Like, you've created power combinations that allow people to kill the Forsaken Giant in 30 seconds. Not even 30 seconds. 29 seconds. So what are we worried about? Like, I hear people are like, you should run nightmares instead of pros because the mod drops are better. No, they're not. They're better for the crate, for the 1 per week, but they're not better. The standard bullshit that drops isn't better. Less if you go on with two rockets. Yeah, I mean, you can clear Forsaken Giant in, I mean, I can do it in about 14 seconds with 1 rocket. I'm not gonna waste the 2nd rocket. But you see a survival game that's had all the survival elements taken out. A Lovecraftian horror survival game that's no longer a survival game. And it's no longer really a horror game. Like, I'll tell you this. Even playing 7 Days to Die for the better part of a decade, they're constantly tweaking the game. If you play 7 Days to Die, in a nice dark room, that'll scare the hell out of you. There's still a lot of scary there. There's a lot of jump scares, a lot of zombies drop on you, right? It's a good time. I wouldn't really, in good faith, even call this a sci-fi horror Lovecraftian anything anymore. Have I looked at the ask? Is that an ask anything? No, I haven't. Oh. What is Aska? No, I haven't looked at it. What type of game is it? Or is that, wait, is that the one you sent me? Is that the survival game you sent me? Or is that something else? I don't really have notes. It's something else. Yeah, I need to really, I'm trying not to get excited over anything in development other than Chrono Odyssey, Arcade Chronicles, and then Where Winds Meet. I'll be doing Where Winds Meet on the 14th. It's free to play. It's an MMO. It's action combat. They have a very interesting class system. They've said no pay to win. So, by the way, you will see the extra life thing. It's on a timer. Sprocketbot is not shaking you down. It's just going to say it often. Early and often. Oh, check something. How much hype does it have behind it? Not an unhealthy amount. It's got some grassroots hype behind it, but it's not like Ashes of Creation level of hype. The developers, everything I read, and I'm not done researching it yet, but everything I've read is the developers are pretty much down to earth and straight shooting. They're like, we're selling cosmetics. Now, of course, until we see it, we don't know what's going to be, but it's got a couple of things that I think could be really successful. It's free to play, and I think that goes a long way with getting people into the game. I know this sounds weird. I'm actually against free to play games, because your level of commitment is oftentimes tied to how much money you've put into the game. The big problem with Arcade, too many shitbags never put any money into the game, but they drove away paying customers. And then right at the end of Arcade, there were a bunch of people that had played it for like 10 years, 12 years, 10 years, give or take. And they were like pissed that Arcade was closing. And they were like, I can't believe this is happening. How could this happen? I said, you're the reason. I said, because you're the kind of shitbird that would sit in Silent Forest and kill people as soon as they went into the PvP zone. No, it's a launch. Launch is 14 November. What, on the Steam page? Oh shit. see. I'm looking at their website, and I think you are correct. I think it doesn't have any indication at all. Channel is this? I swear, sometimes game companies make things so difficult. It's like, why do you make things so terrible? Like, seriously, just keep it simple, stupid. Yeah, I can't, you're right. I can't find it anywhere on their website. That was from July. News. Yeah, they don't. Home. Wish list now on Steam. Go over there. Yeah, you have to go to. You have to try to wish list it. Yeah. So that's a really good piece of feedback. Like, if you want people to be able to find your product, you have to make it easy for people to find your product. And if people have to go completely off your, like, that's like a 2-second fix. Like launching May 14th or November 14th. That's a 2-second fix. Loving the Christmas playlist. It's been great while I work during the day and I don't have to hear the same mainstream songs over and over. Yeah, and the Spotify playlist, you know, it goes through the same common Christmas songs, but it breaks them up like, oh, now I'm in a bar tavern, now I'm in a nightclub, now I'm in a jazz club, now I've got a lo-fi record on, and then the other guy who took the project in an interesting direction, the Christmas lo-fi, one of the Christmas lo-fi albums seamlessly integrates really nicely. Even though it's not really exactly what I wanted out of him, I'm cool with what he delivered. The longest part about this whole dungeon is reloading. I love lo-fi. If you like lo-fi, I mean, I have like 4 lo-fi albums. I love lo-fi. But then I love lo-fi for the reason of I'm old enough. I had records. My first music was record. I didn't have much on record, but my first music collection was on vinyl, and then very quickly after that, cassette tapes came out, and cassette tapes were great because they were about 40% the cost of vinyl, because vinyl was expensive. Oh, I don't know why I ported here. I need to. Hey, look at that. A 4-4 and a 4-4 became a 4-4. Go over here real quick. I need to stack whispers. This is about the best place to do it. I want the Lord of Moonlight. I noticed every time you play this game, there's seemingly some new Twitch drop. I'm gonna say this about Twitch drops. If you're a company who wants to grow your product, Twitch drops, 2 types of Twitch drops. You gotta do 2 types. And if you do it, any video game company that seriously wants to grow that's not using Twitch drops isn't serious about growth. Twitch drops are a completely low threat, low cost, high return on investment way to get people to want to maybe look at your game. And they're a simultaneous reward for your current players. Shit, I didn't want him to grab me out here. That's fine. They are simultaneously a reward for your current players in a way for new people to get integrated into the game. But unfortunately, too many companies, I don't think, are utilizing Twitch drops well. I think they're utilizing Twitch drops in a very basic manner. For example, what I would do with Twitch drops, if I was the community marketing director at a video game company and my product was in development, I would have a Twitch drop campaign while the game was still in development. And the reason why I would have a Twitch drop campaign while the game was still in development is because I would want people talking about my game as much as possible. I would want people talking about my game every day of the week, twice on Sundays. And in order to do that, Twitch drops. Because then you get people to move into your category. And when you get people to move into your category, it creates the metric on like Sullynome or Twitch Tracker that other streamers are like, oh, hey, I have the opportunity to maybe pick up some audience here if I move into that category. That's what you want. You want people moving into your audience. But you also want to reward your content creators. So what you want to do is you want to create a generic Twitch drop that anybody who streams in your category gets for their viewers. And then you want to take your content creator program and you want to specifically designate certain channels that have access to this particular drop. So what that does is it gets every streamer that streams brings people into the project. But then some of those people are like, wow, I really like this game and I see there's another set of drops, but I can only get it on one of 10 channels. So let me go to one of those 10 channels and see what that creator has to offer. And the reason why that's so important is because a creator program that is one-sided to the company is not going to get creators, it's going to get influencers. And you don't want influencers. I mean, you want 1 or 2 influencers that like your product, who are going to showcase it to a lot of people. But they're not going to stay with the product if they're not making money there. If they live on the money and they make $18,000 a day playing Fortnite and they make $1,000 a day playing your game, unless you're paying them the other $17,000, they're going to go back to Fortnite because that's where they make their money. And there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, you can't have a content creator program that caters to people like Asmongold because you can't afford Asmongold. If you were to pay if a video game company were to pay Asmongold what he should get paid based on his concurrent viewership, you would be spending 6 figures. You'd be spending mid-6 figures for the whole package. And the whole package looks like the video that he does, or the live stream that he actually does, the video that gets uploaded. If he does a live stream to just 40,000 concurrent viewers, that's a shit ton of concurrent viewers. But if that same video then goes on his channel and gets 2.5 million views, you just put your product in front of 2.5 million eyes. Now, the other part to that is, sure, you put it in front of 2.5 million eyes, but what's the conversion rate? Which is why when you use a really large creator, then you want what Ashes of Creation has. You want an affiliate code. Because it's one thing to say it's great that 2.5 million people 2.5 million people saw it, but if 2.5 million saw it and 0 subscribe to your game, then it doesn't matter. It looks like you get a blind box for plush tails. Is that a usable item or is it a cosmetic? That is a great question. I don't remember what the first drop was. Always such a pain in the ass. I don't know what the hell that was. I think that was a cosmetic of some sort. There is also the factor that if you have a good game, it's in-game stuffed animal like the sheep, but whatever's in the box. Ah, okay. There you go. It's an in-game stuffed animal. Yeah, it's the beauty of influencer marketing. And that's what a lot of people don't fathom. Like, you don't have to pay the big influencers to cover your game. First of all, paying the big influencers to cover your game might not even be a good idea. Because unless you have a contract with them that specifically says you can't say anything negative, the last thing you want is for Asmongold to play your game and say your game is fucking dog water. That's the last fucking thing you want. You don't want him to play your game and say your game sucks. That'd be fucking disastrous. But at the same time, you got to be real careful that you don't offer a person that doesn't need the money a contract that says they can't say anything bad. Because despite what some people believe, NDAs don't go into effect until I've signed the NDA. It's bad business form for me to talk about a contract I was offered. It's bad business form. But unless you specifically say, hey, we want to work with you on a project, but before we even talk to you about the project, you have to sign an NDA. Then if you offer me a shitty contract, I can say, yeah, I was going to work with these people, but they offered me a shitty contract. And that's just how it is. The other problem is too many, like, Ashes of Creation absolutely does not know how to capitalize on a content creator program. They absolutely does not know how to capitalize on creators. Ashes of Creation has had no less than 20, probably closer to 30 creators who tied their entire brand to Ashes of Creation. Some of those people had grown to a healthy size. Talking to some of those creators, some of those creators have 1,000+ referrals. Well, you have a content creator program that you had set up, but you didn't want to manage it. And so you got rid of it when it costs you nothing. There's a scene in there's a scene in the TV show The West Wing where Bruno is talking to the president. And the president's mad about a poll Bruno had done about his family. And the president's like, my family is off limits. And the guy running his re-election campaign says, if you think that I'm not going to ask a question in a poll that picks us up a half a point and it costs us nothing, we lose nothing, we commit nothing, then you're out of your mind. The thing the poll was is, where should the president spend Thanksgiving? Should he spend Thanksgiving at the White House or at Camp David? That was the only question. And the president was all pissed. That's a great question, because it gets people talking about the president, sees the people, the president gets seen as a person, a family man, a this, a that, or the other. Doesn't cost them anything. Intrepid Studios, this is now, I know people are going to get mad at me, they're going to get pissed, and I don't care. I now have rated Intrepid Studios as going to fail. Knowing what I know, knowing that Steven has got to have seen the 3 videos that I did, gave such a little shit about the fact that you've lied. You've been disingenuous. You have fabricated the truth. You intentionally, whether or not he wants to rationalize that he lied, either by, well, I didn't lie because what I said wasn't untrue, or, well, the way I framed it. Look, if your intention is to deceive, you're lying. Everything that comes out of your mouth may be a collection of truths, but the best lie is a truth that's a lie that's a truth. I want to impress a girl, so I meet her at a restaurant. I walk in and I'm dressed nice and I got a nice suit on, and she says, oh, I didn't see you pull up. Oh, my chauffeur dropped me off. I took the bus. Because what's a chauffeur? A person who drives a vehicle for personal transportation. It's a truth, it's a lie, but it's a truth. We don't have investors. Well, you didn't have investors at preferred stock. You had an investor that got common stock. At the time you said we don't have investors, but you did have investors. Because when somebody gives you money in exchange, like when somebody gives you money, and even if they're only return on investment is interest, that's still an investor. Now, if you want to squeeze through the door of legal reasonable doubt, you could by saying I have no investors, because when technically in a legal sense, Your credit card company invests in you. Your credit card company invests in you because when you swipe your credit card, the credit card company makes money on the line of credit they've invested into you because they get the transaction fee. They've invested into you because they've given you a sum of money that you've promised to pay back at the end of the grace period. And if you don't, you've promised to pay back with interest. So yes, your credit card company has invested in you. However, most people would say that's not the common usage of invest. And I would agree. I am so tired of shit going in the wrong boxes. Why does shit go in the wrong boxes? I clean these fucking boxes all the goddamn time. Well, no, because why are there hides in here? I wish they would make it so that H only stacks and doesn't put the same like items anywhere that they're not gonna have. What the fuck? Bullshit. But Intrepid Studios had the opportunity to build one of the largest and greatest influencer programs for their product, and they pissed it all away. They had a well-established creator, but you see, they got rid of their creator program because the first round of creators started getting critical, and they didn't like that. They created it. I hope future companies recognize that it's a really, really bad shit stain of an idea to create what Intrepid did in the form of the Phoenix Initiative. If you allow people to have exclusive access to the development team by paying $2,500, what you've done is you've created a system where you've paid to have sycophants. People that have paid you $2,500 are going to have a natural expectation that they get more say, that their words carry more weight. And you do not want people's words to carry more weight by virtue of having given you more money. You don't want that. You want the best ideas. And the best ideas don't come from one place. The best ideas come from pretty much listening and sorting through anyone and everyone having an idea. Now that doesn't, and there's a difference between listening to, like, there's listening to an idea and then executing the idea are two radically different things. There were tons of times where somebody will say something to me and I'm like, you know what? That's not a good idea. But that not good idea gets me to let's talk about a good idea. Like when you have a good idea fairy session, what you're basically doing is you want every idea on the table. You don't want any ideas. You don't want any ideas not shared. Look, man, I want every fucking idea on the table right now. I want every idea. I want every idea. And then you sort through all of those ideas. What you don't do is you don't say I want every idea on the table and then try to implement every idea. Because you're not every idea needs to make it. Like there's some things that video game companies want to do that are bad fucking ideas, and you need to say that to them. You need to say, you know what? That's a bad fucking idea. That's a bad idea. And if you don't, you must not want the game to succeed. Somebody made a post on an Ashes of Creation video, and they said, I don't care how long it takes, I just want it to be good. Well, if you just want it to be good, then I highly recommend you fucking get on the developer's ass and tell him the direction you're going isn't going to be good. The idea of where a lot of the people in the community are like, well, you don't know any better. You're right. I don't have any idea as a product, but as a project, the game's already a failure. So I saw you say that's quite the reverse from 3 years ago. I don't think Intrepid Studios can launch Ashes of Creation because I didn't see. I don't give a shit what happens on their Discord. I don't give a shit if there's big titty strippers over there. I don't give a shit if they find the cure for cancer. I don't pay attention to that Discord. Somebody said, oh, they pulled the lead economic designer posting, so now they must have a lead economic designer. Sure, they probably do. And let's be honest for a second. Any lead economic designer worth a shit is going to say to Steven, this is all gotta go. This all has to go. We have to take this shit back to the studs. If you want to keep the idea of Glint, you can keep the idea of Glint. But the idea of a non-tradable currency that generates tradable currency is literally a seriously, what the fuck were you thinking idea for your player-driven economy. Rent is paid for with Glint. So a crafter has to do mob grinding in order to pay their rent, their taxes, or whatever. That's not a player-driven economy then. That's a closed economy. But since Glint doesn't seem to have a daily earnable cap, it's used to make trade packs, which generates actual tradable gold. It's used in crafting. Who came up with this dog shit idea? And let's be honest, I don't care how big of a fan in Ashes of Creation you are. I don't care how huge of a fan you are. The Glint idea is a dog shit idea. It's total fucking dog water. It's bullshit. It's garbage. There are people defending the Glint idea, but they're only defending it because they don't like when people shit on Ashes. Well, you say, well, what makes it a good idea? And they don't have 5 words to share with you. Well, I just do. Oh, so you just do think it is an idea. Is there another game that is something similar? Where did they get that idea from? I don't know of a single game that has the idea of Glint in the way that Intrepid... Glint is an item that is dropped by mobs when you kill them. And it is a non-tradable, non-sellable currency that is then used to make trade packs, craft, and pay taxes and rent and shit. It's basically a workaround instead of having to actually develop out a real well-developed mob drop system where you've got wolf hides and wolf tails and wolf teeth and giraffe ass and all these other things. It's a really just bullshit one size fits none methodology. It sounds like they want each player to play the game themselves a certain amount of time to pay the rent. They haven't, to my knowledge, they never said what their goal with it is. But the problem is, you can do that. Okay, you as the developer, here is the sandbox line, right? So this is over here, this is pure sandbox. This is pure theme park. And then you obviously can never have about that much of pure sandbox. You simply can't make a pure sandbox game. People are like, well, Minecraft is. Really? Minecraft is a pure sandbox game. Yes. So I can build a Borg in it. I can build a fucking cube that runs around and assimilates all the other players. Well, no. Then it's not a pure sandbox. Because a pure sandbox is a hypothetical utopia where you can't ever make a pure sandbox. EVE Online and Minecraft are just about the polar end of sandbox. Well, then you also have a player-driven economy. And this is player-driven. And this is dev-controlled. And again, you can't ever make a fully player-driven economy. You've got, because you have rules and you have steps, right? I didn't do enough in Second Life to speak on it intelligently. If you want to have your game be a player-driven economy, then the players have to be in charge of that economy, not your bullshit rules. And that's just period dot. You can't have you can't have your bullshit rules. And I'm not saying you can't have your bullshit rules, but you can't have your bullshit rules and then call it a player-driven economy. You can have your bullshit rules all you want. Not saying you can't. And I think that's another thing that people get confused about. Well, you're trying to tell them what they can and cannot do. I ain't trying to tell them what they can and cannot do for shit. Because I don't give a fuck what they do. What I give a fuck is when they start convincing people what they're doing is what they're saying. I want you to use the right words. I want you to not bullshit people. I want you, like, when Intrepid Studios put out that statement that says, we are going to have the largest battles of any game. And so I said to Margaret, because she wrote that shit, I said, so you're committing right now to having 7,000 players on one grid. Well, no. So you're committing to having 1,200 players on one grid. Well, no. Well, then you're full of shit, because the Guinness Book of World Records already has entries for 6,600 EVE Online and 1,200 PlanetSide 2. So don't fucking say you plan on having the largest battles if you don't plan on being in the Guinness Book of World Records. And again, I'm not saying the game has to have battles of that size in order to be good. In fact, I would even argue that having battles of that size in some way would make the game not good. I feel over the years, I have said, I understand you're trying to do X. You probably want to stop trying to do X because X is not going to pan out the way you want it to. You probably maybe want to look at Y or Z. But they remember when Intrepid said the things that we're doing, we won't give dates unless we're 100% sure we can make them. Okay. Well, my question for you now is, if you're not gonna give dates until you're 100% sure you could make them, how are you so far into you didn't make shit? Right? Has a studio ever created a feedback system where the devs take most of the main points of the feedback and allow the players to vote? Old school RuneScape does take points on that. No, it's not that you would see that you would make the worst game of all time, because remember, gathering data does not mean you are going to execute that feedback. Nothing says if you're collecting data that the players are in charge. Yeah, the idea of a 2020 release. Shit. At this point, I'm going to be shocked if Intrepid could even make a 2030 release. Don't have the parts to do anymore. And I'm not trying to be a smartass. I'm not trying to be hurtful. I'm not trying to be mean. I really don't think Intrepid could even make a 2030 release. Especially considering that we already know that they've cut so much of the game out. Remember, when you solicit feedback from your players, all you have to do when you want to solicit feedback is say to them, all you're going to say is, these are some ideas. You don't let people write in their own ideas. You never let the player base write in their own ideas. Because then you're right, Astro. When you don't control the question, you're going to get a lot of garbage. But if you control the question, and then you make changes, and then the player base gets mad about it, you turn around and you say, well, why are you guys unhappy? This is what you voted for. Don't tell us this was a bad idea. This was your fucking idea. Don't tell us this is a bad idea. This is your idea. You tell us where we lost the narrative and execution. Because we've given you exactly what you asked for. We gave you exactly what you asked for. And now you're still not happy. You haven't seen it happen so many times. No, you haven't. When have you seen it? Because when have you seen a game company solicit feedback and let the players decide the direction? Like, give me an example. You say you've seen it so many times. Give me examples then that I can go dig into where the development team allowed the players to choose the direction and then went back and said, you're not happy with the fact that we're in Disney World, but you said you wanted to go to Disney World. So show me an example of that, because I don't think I've ever seen that in gaming. Most of the time, the developers don't want to make changes because they know the players have no earthly idea what the fuck they want. So the developers aren't listening to the player base. They're roughly listening to the big picture idea. We want more things to do. We want more things to do. Okay. Well, you didn't listen to us what we want to do. Don't care. Because we know for a fact, even if we make what you want, like, for example, Disney releases Tron. People said they want more thrill rides at the park. Disney releases Tron. People are upset about Tron because it's too short. You got a fucking thrill ride and you're still unhappy. I've had my fun in the oh wait, hold on, I gotta scroll up a bit. It's the current alpha is in its rough state. The last year is minimal releases of content. Guilds implode left and right. They actively ignore RMT. Toxic behavior by PI members, genuinely a sinking ship. I've had my fun in the test phases and made some good buddies, so I got my money's worth. I'm just going to enjoy watching a dumpster fire. And here's the worst part. Because Steven talked so much mad shit. He talked so much mad shit. Steven once blamed me, personally blamed me. Personally blamed me for why developers don't engage in open communication. Good. Oh, fucking blame me then. Because what you're saying is you can't make your shit Jalon proof. And when you say that shit to me, that's a gold star to me that I put in my book. My how I talk to you and how I challenge you is why developers don't want to openly discuss with the public. Good, because I'm not the average public when you start talking about project management. I'm going to challenge your ass every minute of the day when you start bullshitting, when you start lying, when you start masquerading the truth. I'm going to challenge you. When you have your fucking community marketing or one of your community managers come in and say, we don't do marketing, bullshit. Yes, the fuck you do. Every live stream you do is marketing. Every email you send is marketing. Going to PAX, going to Gamescom, going to PAX East, PAX West, Gamescom, PAX West, PAX East, that whole loop, that was all marketing. Having a website is marketing. Sending a tweet out every day at exactly 0800, that's marketing. Managing a Discord, marketing. Forums, Reddit, all that shit. That's all marketing. Okay, Asher, I want you to look at what you've said now. The last time was dark and darker. It's not directly soliciting feedback with a poll, but they're active in their Discord, and many of the changes they made when they first became popular were the main talking points of the top 100 leaderboard players and streamers that the normal population of the game disagrees with. Then you literally just explained why it doesn't work, and they didn't do what we're talking about. Hey guys, this is what the players want. No, it's not. That's not what the players want. That's what your influencers want. That's what your content creators want. That's what your top 100 players want. That's not what the normal population wants. So if you had put that into a poll, that poll would have been 5% for, 95% against, and then the developers, it would have worked because the developers would have been like, well guys, you said you wanted these things and the player base doesn't want them. So we're not going to go in that direction. We're not going to go in that direction because it's clearly not what the player base is looking for. See, in order for the system to work, you actually have to know that it's a majority and not just a simple majority. You can't be making changes to a video game because 51% of people want something. You need an actual majority where you have, like, this is a big one. People don't understand this about polling. And it's a really, like, polling takes a lifetime to learn. If I have 1 million players, I happen to be really lucky. I'm running a game and I have exactly 1 million registered players. And I put out a poll and 72% of people say yes. And 28% of people say no. The logical person is going to say that I should go ahead and I should do this thing. No, I shouldn't. Because I need one more fact. I need to know the number of respondents. Because if this was based on 100,000 people, then I have to decide, where do I put those other 900,000 votes? Did I design the poll question where all non-voters are considered to be yes, or all non-voters are to be considered no? Because I need that, because remember, depending on the question, Happy people don't respond. Content people don't respond. You see it in real world politics. If it's a shitty election day and it's rainy and it's snowy and it's cold, the people that aren't motivated don't go vote. They're like, oh, my party's in power, it'll be okay. It's the movement for change that goes in votes. X number of people voted this way. Yeah, but it was 10% of the population. That's not enough data to make a good data-driven decision. Should we be changing anything only because only 90% of the population voted? No, we shouldn't be changing shit. We shouldn't be changing anything. It's a shame because it could have been such a good game, but now they've scared away so many players that if you do a poll in the Discord, the only people left are the ones that would have stuck around no matter what. If they have some way to pull all those players that quit and then do those changes, maybe it could save with this method. Yes, thank you, Astro. That is the fucking answer. You've just hit the fucking nail on the head. You have hit the fucking nail on the head, man. Steven Sharif doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. Margaret Crone doesn't have the experience to stand up to Steven and say, you don't know what the fuck you're doing. You should not be saying something so inflammatory that we're going to sell more alpha packages in order to reach new players so that we can get new feedback and make a great game. Bullshit. You don't even have enough population overhead space on your 2 servers for more than 15%, I think, at a time. Look at all the accounts you have. You claim you have 130,000 Alpha 2 testers. So look at all the Alpha 2 testers. Reach out to all the accounts that haven't logged at least... I don't even know. You'd have to look at a number. Reach out to all the accounts that don't have at least 1,000 hours of testing in overall, all the time you've been doing testing. People don't have 1,000 hours of testing. Reach out to them. Hey, we just wanted to reach out. You paid $500 for your account and you've only ever done 200 hours of testing, 50 hours of testing. And you have to be ready to understand, if you have 130,000 people that have testing access, and you're gathering data based on the 15% that are playing, you're getting confirmation bias data. You're getting data from people that have given a shit enough to keep playing, but you're not addressing the elephant in the room that an awful lot of people don't even give a shit enough to play. They don't give a shit enough to log in. And there's your flaw. You're trying to, what you are is you're out of fucking money. You're out of money and you're trying to make it sound like you're not out of money. And cool, you're out of money. It sucks. I get it. Streamer feedback tends to be biased to what enhances their content. It's driven by views and likes and comments. Making a game more entertaining for the streamer adds no benefit to the common player. Kind of. One piece you have to consider is this. If I'm a popular streamer, and we can in fairness say, for a while, I ran the most watched Ashes of Creation show. What we can do is we can infer that if I've remained popular as a streamer, then it begs to reason that my views are shared by my community. Because if my views weren't shared by my community, would I have the viewership numbers that I have? And I know, I get it. I will be the first to say, there is a lot of assumptions in there. Abso-fucking-lutely there is. There is absolutely a lot of assumptions in there. But in the important part, you have to decide by what measure are you going to say this streamer is effective or this streamer is not effective. There has to be a why. If Asmongold starts playing a new game and he suddenly has 150,000 people watching him, I will then look at Asmongold and I will say, how much of his chat does he look at? What is his chat saying? Well, his chat goes by so fast, you can't really, you can't really engage with it. So he's not like a good example. But he is a good example of why does he have 150,000 people watching him? Can his views be so radical that we can dismiss them if we look at the fact that he has 150,000 people watching him? His views can't be that far off. I'm not saying, again, that doesn't mean I'm saying we're going to start making changes to the game we're building because Asmongold says he likes this or he doesn't like that. But what we're going to say is, did he mention that he liked this feature? Yeah. Did he do a YouTube? Did that become a YouTube? Yeah, but he's not driven by the metrics, which is good. Which means the things he says are authentic. Streamies, you have to consider force of personality more than how good their views are. No, you do have to consider the force of their personality, but what Salty Bread, your argument then ultimately boils down to, you have a streamer with 50,000 viewers and 50,000 people don't agree with what the streamer is saying, but they stay anyway. I don't think that dog hunts. Yes, there is a certain amount of the charisma. Sure. And you have to look at other outliers. Like, does this particular streamer do a lot of giveaways on their show? Because that might be an outlier. But it's really, really, really difficult to pose an argument that nobody agrees. This streamer has 50,000 viewers and the majority don't agree with him. They're just there for... Now you have to make the argument what they're there for. They don't agree with him, but they're there anyway. So, cool, but now make the rest of the counterfactual. Like, they're there, but... Well, some of them might be there to argue with him. Sure. Sure. But then let's take that what if and roll it out. If a streamer was streaming and spent the majority of their time with 50,000 people arguing with them, they probably wouldn't be making any money that way. That's probably not a lucrative way, and most streamers are doing it for the money. I think that's another metric you can look at. Do you want to trust a streamer that is saying things because they're being paid to say them, either directly or indirectly, or are they saying things because they're a fucking honey badger and they don't give a shit? Like, I will never say good things about your game just because you asked me to say good things about your game. If you don't like the feedback I give you, defend it. But when people are like, well, the game company doesn't have to defend it just because you're a small sub 10 viewer streamer. No, they have to defend it because I'm a customer. Has nothing to do with me being a streamer. They have to defend it. They have to defend their decisions because I'm one of their customers and you're one of their customers. Well, I don't want them to defend it. Great, then shut the fuck up and sit the fuck down. If you don't care what the answer is, then why are you so worried about them having to give me an answer? You know what I'm saying? As well, just talked about it. Most of the things he says, the chat already thought that before he said it. When he has an opinion that he thinks most of his chat won't agree with, he starts the conversation mentioning he thinks they'll be against him before he says it. And that's good. That's called a, I don't give a fuck what you think. This is my opinion. It's like the guy that came in here the one day, wanted to argue with me, and I shut down the argument. I said, I have already looked into the situation. I've already considered the situation. I've already come to my conclusion. There is nothing you can say that will change my mind. If you can provide me evidence, that might change my mind. But there is nothing you can say to me that is going to change my mind. And then the guy wanted to continue to argue. And I'm like, dude, I don't want to have the discussion. There is nothing you can say that will change my mind. I've had the discussion with many people, and I was honest, and I was blunt, and I was callous, and I was condescending, and I was sardonic and sarcastic. I was an asshole. I've had a conversation with people who I respect and I know, and they weren't able to change my mind. So therefore, unless you give me a piece of evidence, you're not going to change my mind. It's like the guy on my politics show yesterday that I banned. Dude, I'm not going to sit here and have a fucking discussion with you when you don't know the difference between psychological and chemical addiction. And then you start bringing in peanut allergies. Like, dude, all you're doing now is gish galloping. You're bringing in a bunch of fucking irrelevant things so that you can find, like, you can argue against the things that I'm saying that aren't about the point. There's chemical addiction, there's psychological addiction. If you don't know the difference between the two, you don't know enough to be in this conversation. I'm sorry, it's not, chemical addiction and psychological opinion addiction isn't my opinion, your opinion, anybody's opinion. It's the fucking experts' opinions. I don't make the rules about which type of addiction is which. I follow the book. The experts get to decide. And if you're going to say, well, who decided they were the experts? That's a great question, and we can talk about that. But it doesn't change the idea. It doesn't change the mentality that the book says. I even though he's completely shredded me once in a video because he got half of a picture, I respect Asmongold as a creator. As a creator, I respect the way he does it. I would love to have his level of income. I would love to have his level of opportunity of income. Because I would continue to create music. I would hire editors to make money. They could make all the money they want out of the I'd be like, you have the clips. You have my politics shows, clips and videos, VODs, edit them up, whatever. I will pay you X amount of dollars a month, and then after this shit is established a bit, whatever it makes you keep. I will show you every month. I will show you the analytics. You invoice me for that amount of money. Good way to phrase it. He's leaving so much money on the table just to screw over Twitch and even streamers at a time to screw over, even streams at a time to screw over Hassan as much as possible. Well, right. But now let me tell you, that's something I disagree with him about. I disagree with him about that. Very much so. If you have the ability to make money because people want to give you money, then those people are saying they believe in you. And if those people are saying they believe in you, then take the money they want to give you and do something else with it. Though I respect that he once said when he was on his Zach Rar channel, no, you can't donate to me, I don't need your money. And I love it. I love it. But then all he would have to do is be like, guys, here's an Extra Life link. Instead of donating to me, donate to Extra Life. And he would be able to make a bunch of money for kids. Or he could say, sure, donate to me. And then take all that money and donate it to Extra Life. I think if people, like, I didn't ever want to monetize my content. I mean, I did the YouTube ads, but I never had a Patreon. I have a Patreon. It doesn't make much, but the money goes into the music. Jonathan Bentley, he was an Arcage player. He convinced me to make a Patreon. And yeah, sure. If I had never had the Patreon, I never would have started the company. If I didn't start the company, wouldn't have created PGN Music. And PGN Music has put 33,000. Like, listen to this number. This number is fucking crazy. PGN Music has put $33,000 into the wallets of small composers, several of whom were able to take the money that I funded them with and grew their presence on Fiverr, so now they get to do what they love. See, I would hope, and I'm gonna say this, and this might get me into trouble with Asmongold fans. I would hope that Asmongold isn't specifically trying to hurt Twitch as much as possible. Because if he's gonna hurt Twitch as much as possible, then give all the money back. You want to hurt Twitch as much as possible, but what about all the other people who rely on Twitch and Twitch income to feed their families? Like, if you are disenfranchised with Twitch, don't stream on Twitch. But you made your money on Twitch. Don't come along and fuck it up now. And I'm not talking about me. As I said, I don't need this money. I don't take a penny from this. All the money PGN makes goes to PGN Music or Extra Life for Kids. But don't fuck it up for other people that are living on it. Like, there are other people who need to live on it. If you want to hurt Twitch in a way. Well, that's interesting. Hurt Twitch in a way that helps Kick. And by helping Kick, because Kick, arguably, realistically, takes better care of its streamers than Twitch does. That minimum wage, I'm sorry, it's not minimum wage. That minimum earnings per hour thing that Kick does is such a huge win for the industry. If you're in their creator program, you get a minimum of $28 an hour. You can live on $28 an hour. But there are people that rely on their Twitch income to feed their families. So don't fuck over the company unless you're gonna say, okay, here's all the money back. Here's all the money I made when I was making it. Here's the millions of dollars back. Now I'm gonna fuck you over. Know what I'm saying? It's like, don't fuck it up for everybody else. If you don't want to stream, don't stream. And he said once, he wants to get up, he wants to play video games, he wants to go to Wendy's, he wants to get a bowl of chili, come home, sleep on the floor, wake up, play more video games. Then do that. But don't fuck it up for everybody else. If you're mad at Twitch that you want to fuck up Twitch, then fuck it up by making Kick more profitable so all the streamers can go over to Kick. Hurt them that way. Hurt them in a way that rises all the boats. Don't hurt them in a way that requires you to sink all the boats. I don't want Twitch to go out of business. Personally, I don't give a shit, right? Twitch existing doesn't, as long as I have a platform I can stream on in real time, I don't give a shit. I could do this on Kick. I could do this on YouTube. I could do this on D Live. I could do this on shit. Probably not TikTok, but you know, I could do it on the next platform that arrives. Because I'm not interested in getting rich or dying trying. I mean, it'd be nice so that I could employ people, but right? Well, not employ people. I'm never gonna have employees again. That's too much ass pain. Have independent contractors. So, no, to go back to video game development. Video game developers need to realize, well, yeah, nobody has the ability to fuck Twitch over more than the way Twitch is already fucking themselves over. That's absolutely correct. Twitch is just making really dumb. Twitch is just making really dumb decisions. But I mean, that part is what that part is. But Amazon doesn't know what they want out of Twitch. Twitch doesn't. I don't think Twitch gets clear guidance from Amazon. I really don't. I think Amazon, when they first bought Twitch, they had that integrated blacksmith panel that allowed you to sell products, and they got rid of it, which was fucking dumb. Like, if somebody's gonna make the argument, well, they were losing too much money in commission, then lower the fucking commission. Shit can the program for a year and then lower the commission. But don't get rid of the program. Don't get rid of people's ability to list all their gear and their hardware. Like, for me, that seems like really fucking weird too. That people want to know what keyboard you use, that people want to know what fucking mouse you use, what monitors you use. Like, I think that shit's weird, but it is what it is. But there's a lot of people that pseudo relationship wise see that somebody uses a certain controller and they see their quality of play, so they think that controller is going to make them play better. Punchline, it's not. But no, I think video game developers need to get more in touch with their end state, right? With Amazon Game Studios going down and all the drama and the cons, I imagine Twitch is in the crosshair. Well, Twitch is in the crosshairs because Twitch doesn't generate Amazon money. Twitch is still a hole that the money pours down. For example, when 66% of the money that you make is money that should have gone to the streamer, it's really difficult for you then to turn around and say we're profitable. Every streamer costs Twitch money. Every streamer. Now, it's not a lot, but you have a streamer that's streaming to himself. Well, that stream has to be received, encoded, and rebroadcast. That person's been streaming for 5 people. But they're still costing him money. I might be wrong, but I've seen him talk about it several times. He's trying to move as much traffic from Twitch to other platforms. He doesn't run ads to stop Twitch from making money. Yeah, but now they're running ads on his channel regardless. Remember, this is what he's doing with the I'm not running ads is pretty soon. I can tell you what's going to happen. Streamers are no longer going to have the ability to not run ads. I run pre-rolls and that's it. I don't run mid-roll ads. I don't like mid-roll ads. I don't like trying to schedule them. I did them for a period of 6 months because because I'm a Twitch partner. Nobody ever believes me, but I have the little fucking icon. I was in the chat where they were talking about this ads thing, and all these creators only saw the program from the viewpoint of what's in it for me. They didn't see it from the viewpoint of what's in it for, or how is this going to impact my viewers. Paying people more to run ads. And then there was one streamer who was running 22 minutes of ads an hour. And his channel had thousands of viewers. I'm pretty sure I don't have ads when you're a political streamer anyway. It's not that you don't have any. Yeah, 22 and a half is the max you can run an hour. He was running 22 minutes of ads an hour. Holy shit. He was making fucking 6 figures. And he treated it like a fucking joke. Well, if you don't understand the other side of that, Twitch operates on ad revenue. If Twitch doesn't make money, it doesn't have money to pay the streamers. Yeah. It's an estimated calculator for the cost to stream. Now, you turn around and you look at the cost for there to be you take the cost of one streamer streaming for 4 hours to one person. And then you times that by 1.9 million. Because you have an awful lot of streamers that are streaming to nobody but the one viewer so that they watch their own stream. Well, the problem here is that none of those channels are generating Twitch any revenue. And people's first response will be, well, they don't need to generate more revenue. They're owned by Amazon. They're not owned by Amazon. They're owned by Amazon's shareholders. And the Amazon shareholders, they only care about their profit, their dividends. They don't want Twitch draining profit away from their dividend. Amazon Game Studios burned through almost $1 billion. Almost $1 billion between Lumberyard, New World, their other 5 games, and the Schmedley Project. Yeah, might as well bring back cable TV with 22.5 minutes of ads per hour. But why would a streamer not do that? If the streamer has the ability to do that and just literally run a show full of ads and make money, and that person's community is okay with it, why would they not do that? Like, where is the downside for them? Can you stream 4K to one person? Are you quality locked by a number of viewers? That's a good question. I haven't looked at that because I stopped streaming at 1440 because when you stream at 1440, or at least you did the last time I did, when you stream at 1440, there's no downgrade option to 1080. The downgrade option goes right to 720. Now, I don't know if that's changed. Well, that's kind of true and it's kind of not. 6K, you're not supposed to have a bitrate higher than 6K on Twitch. You can try to do 8K. It doesn't always work. Nutty did a bunch of tests with that a couple of years ago. But that's another place Twitch is, well, that's one place that people are saying Twitch is lacking, but because they're not allowing you to, they're not allowing people to upload better quality. But the problem is, it's also the receiver's end. How many people want, first of all, how many people watch the stream at 1080? A lot of people, if it's on their side monitor and they're just listening to it, they bump it down. What do you mean they're testing out 1440 in some regions? There is already 1440. I've been able to stream. No, those streams don't hit 9K. Those streams don't hit 9K at all. Okay, there's 1440 in the US. Because I'm able to stream at 1440 if I want to. It's just not worth it because then my first downgrade wheel is to 720. People that don't want to watch at 1440 because they don't have a monitor that supports it, then are stuck watching it at 720. So it's a bad idea. You don't need to stream at you don't need to stream video game content or Twitch content above 1080. You don't need to do it. It's not needed. I'll be right back. Yeah, you are correct. I broke Theta. Did I really? I got one drop and I officially broke it. The bitrate for YouTube live streams compared to Twitch is night and day. Yeah, but again, the point is this. Why do you want to have the ability to upload at that much higher of a bitrate when it's not needed? What like people are like, oh well, you can only you're supposed to have no higher than a 6K bitrate on Twitch. Okay, and what? Like, why do you need more? It's like it's like some people will have the FPS on their PC uncapped. And I'll say, like somebody asked me once after a show, they're like, you have your FPS capped at 60. I said, when I stream, yes. My game FPS is capped at 60. Why? Because I can only stream it, I can only upload at 60. Like, even if there was an option, like, until you can upload at more than 60 frames per second, why would I make it harder on the encoding PC than it needs to be? I can only send out a 60 frames per second signal. So before I stream, I set up the limitation. Even then, I never have my gaming PC above 160 frames per second. I have a 144 hertz monitor. So I go 160 for 10% over. But why would I go more than that? I'm not getting anything out of it. I don't need more bitrate to go to Twitch. I think it doesn't improve the quality of the stream for most people. I don't believe most people are staring at the stream and watching it. They might look at it if they ask a question and they need an explanation. But if YouTube wants to allow 14,000 bitrate, okay, then that be for the people that feel that is important, they can go over to YouTube then. Like, people talk about discoverability. Oh, the discoverability on YouTube is so much better than the discoverability on Twitch. Um, okay. The discoverability on YouTube Shorts, when people go into the live, that's true. And one of these days I'll stop being fucking lazy and I'll set up the vertical again. But I'm pretty sure most people find streamers via TikTok and YouTube now. Did you know that's not actually relatively true? Most people aren't looking for streamers when they're on TikTok. Most people aren't on TikTok looking for a Twitch streamer. TikTok is not a pump and dump platform to drive people somewhere else. TikTok is a platform in and of itself. Now, you have to be... TikTok is really, really particular. You have to make an awful lot of content. Like, I have a couple of TikToks that have over 10,000 views. I was making a TikTok every day. I was doing a quick experiment. It's more work than I have the ability to do. Popular streams come up, but for the most part, people aren't looking for streamers. What they're looking for is popular clips. They're looking for 15-second content. That's what they're looking for. They want the 15-second content. Do you know what I'm looking for when I'm on TikTok? You're looking at how the hell did that get installed on your phone? I'm looking for a square red button with a white X in the middle. I like TikTok. I like the brain rot. I will be the first to say I like the brain rot. I like how many deep fakes are going on. I like hearing about I like hearing about the people that are buying into all these bullshit stories. But it's also easy to see how easily people are manipulated. But when I think legitimately the only streamer I've looked at after playing, or the only streamer I've gone to find after seeing their clips was Pirate Software. And very quickly after sitting in a Pirate Software stream, I think the thing I heard him say was, and this is it, Ashes of Creation is releasing a year from now. And then I laughed my balls off and I was like, this guy has no fucking clue. Also, I will admit I'm the person that knows better, but I do want to watch the carnage. I want to watch the traffic accident. Watching his downfall was entertaining. Now that I think about it, I myself have not gone and watched any streamers besides one from TikTok. Exactly. When you're watching, and this is short form content. Short form content is great if your content lends itself to to small bites. But most content doesn't. By the way, yes, Sprocketbot is going to continue to pester all of you guys for donations for Extra Life. We're rocking the Extra Life shirt today. We're trying to raise $2,000. Unfortunately, I understand it's a really shitty time to try to do Extra Life, so I'm not going to hit people up too much. I'm not going to say give till it hurts or give till you bleed, because everybody's already pretty well bled out. You can't even buy groceries for your family. I get it. I understand. I will be making my donation on Saturday. I will do some matching with one pool of money, and then I will donate the rest out of the other pool. I get it. Some people are only going to be able to donate $1. Some people don't even have $1 to donate this year. So, I get it. I understand. We're not doing the guilt tripping. It's been rough for people. Shorts seem to bring a decent amount to streams, at least from the few chat polls I've seen from popular streamers. What was the key word you put there? The key word you put there is popular streamers. If you put out a short and it gets seen by 500,000 people, you don't need a very high percentage of 500,000 people to wander to your stream for it to be worthwhile for you to do it. But when you put out a short, and shorts specifically, YouTube shorts, because YouTube shorts, if the person is live and you're watching one of their shorts, you can get dumped into their stream right away. That is where it works. That is where once this, like I tell everyone, this is the time of year where I get melancholy and sad. The month of November, the month of December, just literally, I don't even look at the date around November and December. I literally I try to zone out most of these 2 months, and it's just gonna get worse. Unfortunately, November and December for me is like my personal 60 days of hell. I'm gonna probably lose my aunt here in the next couple of days. My aunt fell, compound broke her leg, bled out a lot. Can't have surgery because she can't survive the anesthesia. Well, if your leg doesn't get set within a couple of hours of breaking it, your body starts to heal in all the wrong ways. And then my uncle's gonna die, and so it's just gonna make November and December even fucking shittier. But come the start of the year, I'll get re-energized again. Platforms seem to have a shelf life. YouTube has managed to stay relevant, but I don't think anyone is really trying to compete with them. Well, you can't really. Yeah, remember when we used to eat cookies to speed through all this shit? Yeah. Platforms have a shelf life. The problem is, just like people got mad at Epic Games Studio because they started offering, like, think about what people were mad about for a second. I want you to really, like, drop any bias you have and really think about this. People got mad at Epic Games Studios because Epic Games Studios paid developers to have their product exclusively. And people were mad that the developer was going to make money. Oh, this is good news. One of our kitties is in the hospital today, and our kitty is doing good. Our kitty is doing fine. Where is this mask? Obtained from... Oh, this was... that particular, the Dreamwatcher mask, I got because they give me the battle pass. Periodically, they give me the advanced battle pass as a creator. Any startup, yeah. There was a startup that tried to compete with YouTube, and it was called Odyssey. And how the fuck are you going to compete with YouTube? Now, there's other competitors for YouTube out there, but they're shitty. There's one starts with a V. I can never remember what the fuck it is. I always want to say Venmo, but it's not Venmo. There's one that starts with a V. Venmo. Yeah. It's fine, but you find very little of value on it. I thought it was funny that Amazon Studios' ultimate goal was to compete with Steam, but I never knew they were even a storefront. Where did you get that Amazon Studios was trying to compete with Steam? Oh, apparently, apparently it was a 15-year problem, or a 15-year attempt. Here's the funny part. I never even knew that they had an attempt to compete with Steam. Yep. They had a 15-year period where they were attempting to challenge Steam's dominance as the primary PC store game front. Hey, at least I don't feel too stupid. It always makes me happy when I see a headline like this, because as Amazon's game business crumbles, the public is surprised to discover it was trying to compete with Steam all this time. Well, fucking well then. Fucking well then. I didn't know that. Well, the other reason why YouTube makes a lot of sense. Makes dollars make sense. It's not hard. It's not hard. Get out of fuck off. Stop pushing me. It's not hard to get monetized on YouTube. And for example, I have zero problem sharing. So in case anybody knows a small creator who's like, and by the way, if you know a small creator and they need help, you can send them to me. I have no problem helping small creators. I have a little guide written on my website. I'll help them with the bits and the bobs. But the thing about YouTube, if you need money, you can make a lot of money on YouTube if you make content every other day. If you make a good piece of content every other day and you have enough, you don't want to get started on YouTube and not have any backup content. And I know it sounds really, really weird. You want to make about 6 pieces of content, and then you don't want to use that content. You want to make about 6 pieces of content that's anytime content. And then you need to have a plan, a battle rhythm, and you're going to knock out videos Tuesdays, Thursdays. You're going to put out a video on Tuesdays and Thursdays. That is your life. Your days don't end until you have the next piece of content ready. If you do that, you can get your channel monetized sometimes as little as a month. The other part of it is you're going to spend an awful lot of time doing marketing work, promoting your videos. It really, really helps if you already have something like a built-in audience, a guild. If you're in a guild and you're making content that's relevant for your guild members and you can post it, it's really, really useful if that video gets 100 to 200 views within about the first hour. Twitch, on the other hand, it's very difficult to get started on Twitch. It's not hard to get to affiliate. Okay? It's not hard to get to affiliate. It's hard to get profitable as an affiliate. Think of it, and we'll just go a completely unrealistic number just to see the differences. You have 50 viewers on, I'm sorry, you have 50 subscribers on Twitch. That's gonna be, you know, 110 bucks, give or take, 120 bucks, give or take. They can watch all of the content you make all month and you're gonna make 120 bucks, give or take. You make 8 YouTube videos that month. Every time they watch a YouTube video, they count as a view. Which means every single time they view that video, they leave a comment, they leave a like, they're helping you. They helped you one time on Twitch, but they're helping you with 16 views on YouTube, 16 likes on YouTube, 16 comments on YouTube, and maybe even 16 shares on YouTube. Hey man, this was really good. Oh hey man, this was really solid. Now somebody might say, well, why doesn't that work the same way with Twitch? Well, they subscribe to you. That's the only $250 you're getting out of them that month. If they subscribe to you, they will never see your ads. So you could run ads. You could run 3 minutes of ads every hour, every time you stream. Your subscriber never sees them, which is the point. But since they never see them, they might as well have just dropped off $2.50 to you on the first of the month and then never showed back up. Now, if you're talking monetary value, they can help by being present, they can help by chatting, they can help by sharing the stream, they can help by making clips. They can do all those things just like on Twitch. But when it really comes to helping you make money, and you say, well, if they chat in your Twitch, how is that any different than them leaving a comment on a YouTube video? I should have clarified. When they leave a comment on a YouTube video, they like the video and they watch the video. They're doing 3 things that help the algorithm send your video to more people. But on Twitch, you can have a guy at the bottom of a fucking category that has 700 viewers. I'm sorry. You could have a guy or a girl in a small category with 700 viewers, and nothing about those viewers helps, teaches, shares with Twitch to make this content available to more people. Because Twitch doesn't offer content like that. What does Twitch offer you? Generally, Twitch offers you people in the same category that you're already streaming in. Like, hey, you watched Jalan play Once Human. Here's a couple of Once Human viewers. Well, if there's nobody else in the category, your viewers being there doesn't necessarily help you get more viewers. And I get it. It's hard. It's frustrating. It's rough. It's annoying for people. I get it. I absolutely get it. Some people are in 2025 are looking at the way the quote easy way streamers had it during COVID. And yes, in 2020, it was easier to grow because people were at home. People were able to, the people that were teleworking, take the hit. The people that were teleworking were able to watch your stream all day. People had COVID checks, and a lot of people weren't shy about sharing their COVID checks with streamers. It was a good time. It was the proverbial land of milk and honey. But now people are trying to get into the game, and all that's over. And it's rough. I would not be surprised if Twitch gets rid of, or if Amazon gets rid of Twitch. It wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. I could definitely see Amazon selling Twitch to Kick. I could definitely see that happening. Especially if Kick offered Amazon close to what Amazon paid. Oh. He got me. Well, Kick is probably losing money because Kick is funded by their online casino. But and Kick only recently created a bunch of monetization the same on par with Twitch. Also, as I said, Kick pays its partners, the equivalent of their partner program, pays them a flat rate. Which means if you stream, I think it's 28 an hour is the standard starting contract. If you stream, you will make $28 an hour. Like, there's a lot of days, and I don't give a shit. I do this for fun. I do this for the charity, whatever else have you. There's days that I stream and out, I don't make any money. I make $0.0, and I don't care. I do this for I do this for me. I do this because one day a game will come and I'll be happy streaming a game again, and I won't have to talk about the games that have pissed me off. It's a really, really cool business model that they want to pay people a livable wage. And it's, I think many times I've talked about Twitch for less than about $25 million could buy themselves a 3-year marketing plan to see if Twitch could be made profitable. That sucks. My uncle fell this morning. He has brain cancer. He doesn't know he was in the hospital, so he fell. He tried to get out of bed. He's gonna now most likely gonna have the bed rails on, which is gonna make him even more agitated. But if Twitch wanted to make money, so Twitch wants to take X number of dollars and turn it into guaranteed marketing, then what you do is you find 100 streamers. You go down, and whatever your metric is, and the point of this discussion isn't to talk about what the good metric would be. The part of this is to say you find 100 streamers in your mid-range, and what you want to do is you want them to promote Twitch. You want to create a program where you want to bring all the streamers that are leaving Twitch back home. So what you do is you're going to pay each one of these streamers $75,000 a year. And the way you're going to do that is you're going to tell them ads are on your channel. Pre-roll ads are on your channel. You don't have to do mid-roll ads. We may do mid-roll ads after X number of hours, but we can, that's all nitnoid. Subs are on, but you get a 0% until the first $75,000 of subs has been made. And then after the 75,000, you keep 70% of your subs. We take 30% of your subs. Now, some people are going to say, well, then Twitch isn't really paying you. I said, yeah, but you're aiming for the people who aren't making $75,000 a year. Now those people, right, know that they have to stream 52 weeks of the year. They have to stream 40 hours a week, right? Meaning they're going to stream 2,080 hours a year, which is full-time hours. Now, you're going to be a 1099 contractor. You're not going to get benefits. You're not going to get dental. You're not going to get any of that shit. But what you're going to get is you're going to have peace of mind to know you're going to make $75,000 this year. When you know you're going to make $75,000, well, you're going to make $75,000 before taxes. When you know you're going to make $75,000 and you know you're on a 3-year contract, you're on 3 one-year contracts extendable by Twitch. If you make $75,000 this year, they'll extend your contract next year. That's $225,000 over the next 3 years that you don't have to worry about making. You know you're solid. You know you're good. And after you make $75,000 back for the company, everything else you make, 70-30. Now, direct donations, obviously, 100% yours. But the caveat to that is, if Twitch tells you during the 40 hours this week, like they send me a message and they say, hey, next week, you have to be in Where Winds Meet. You have to go to Where Winds Meet. That's where we're sending you. Now, say I stream 60 hours that week. 40 of that can only be on Twitch. I can't multi-stream during my 40 contracted hours with Twitch. During the other hours, I can multi-stream if I want. Why would I want to multi-stream? Well, because I want to make more than $75,000 this year. But if I know that I'm getting a 70-30 split on my money from Twitch, am I going to really want to be pushing people to another platform? Or am I going to be intrinsically motivated to bring people to Twitch where I know my cut is better? Kick is primarily a site to promote their gambling. You know, a lot of people have said that to me, but let me be honest. I have not, and I mean, if it was, I would be the first person to call it out. I have not once gotten anything to do with gambling on Kick. I'm a creator there. I'm a viewer there. I have never once seen anything, and I've been looking for it because everybody says that to me. Oh, they only created it in order to promote their online gambling. Well, where the fuck is it? No. Kick.com. Same username as my Twitch account. I'm looking at it. I can't show it because I'm not allowed to show I'm not allowed to show the other things. I don't see it on the homepage. No. I see nothing that says steak on the homepage. The only thing I have on the homepage is get kicks. I see no steak. Now that I touched something. Nope. I don't see I don't see anything. Oh, what the fuck is this? I swear to God, sometimes technology is just there to be a complete pain in the ass. 1 second. Oh. Yeah, fucking the guy from my fucking phone sent me this message. It's like talking about the last guy to die from the USS Arizona, and I'm like, I thought he died last year. It turns out it did. It gave me, my news program gave me an article that was over a year old. It's ridiculous. Yeah, like they did this shit again. Nope, same story. I I love how to do anything anymore, they're like, we need a copy of your driver's license. We need a copy of this. We need a copy of this. We need a copy of this. It's like, guys, fuck off. Like, we're verifying who you are. I know who I am. Like, how much fraud is there in the world now? It's like, I hate fucking criminals. I hate people that are making the world a worse place. Your identity has been confirmed. Well, fucking thank you. Why is this pending verification? What the fuck is the problem? It's like, I submitted you my ID. I got the email that says it's been validated, and now they're saying it's still not validated. It's like, I just want to get into my account. That's all I want. Like, holy fuck. I bet you they need to do way more. I bet you they need to do way more verification than other places, because I bet you it's something to do with Kick's money. Because Kick's like, you can't get back into your account until you verify your identity. Fuck right off. Like, stop it. Like, what the fuck do you want? What? Speak. What the fuck is it that you need? What is the problem? If it was gonna be this big of a problem, you know, I could understand, like, this sort of shit with companies would I could maybe understand if my company wasn't 6 years old. Like, guys, this company is 6 years old. Like, it's not like I haven't filed taxes 5 previous times. Like, what is the fucking major malfunction, numbnuts? Like, what is it you need? I gave you my fucking tax ID number. We need a photograph of you. We need a photograph of your ID. We need a photograph of, I guess, my ball sack. Like, come on, guys. What do you need? What the fuck is your problem? Okay, we're gonna get rid of. Like, so many of these fucking things are just obnoxiously unneeded. Like, what is you're obnoxiously unneeded. Fuck off. Like, what is your fucking problem? Yeah, it says pending verification again. And it already told me I'm verified, so they can fuck right off. They can figure it out. Oh, it must have, I don't know, it must have just been in the one place, because now it says I have my account back. Oh yay, I have my account back. Thanks guys, appreciate you. But you know, like, I will say that although Intrepid Studios fucked a lot of things up, Intrepid Studios fucked an awful lot of things up. They did set up a really good affiliate program. In fact, too good of an affiliate program. Earlier in the show, I said I don't see Ashes of Creation surviving launch. And I mean that. I absolutely mean that. I'm not being funny. I'm not being Chicken Little, the sky is falling. I don't see Intrepid Studios surviving their own launch. And the reason why is, quite simply, they have a really big problem ahead of them. And that problem is they have to get to launch. And then after they launch, they have to survive all of the lawsuits that are coming. And there's at least 2 lawsuits coming. Paperwork's already drafted, filed. One's FTC and one's a private individual. I don't think the private individual is filed yet because there's no point to filing this early. But Intrepid's going to face the issue of you're so far into debt. Because remember, every loan the company has taken is debt against the company. Now, whether or not, how can I say this? If Steven gives the company $10 million, then that's $10 million of debt against the company. Now, some people would say, well, he doesn't ever have to take that money back out of the company. Okay. Well, first of all, let's stop the bullshit for a second. Let's stay on planet Earth. You're telling me that you expect a guy to put 50, 60, 70, 80 million dollars of his own money into a video game and then not collect back his investment? No. Second of all, the way a business works is that regardless of if you ever plan on taking that debt, he has on one loan. It's not really piercing the veil. He just backed the most recent Yaya Legacy Trust loan with his personal assets. The problem comes, you can't just not take your money back. You can't take debt off of your books and then to make your books look healthier and then say at a later time, oh, I want to put that debt back on my books. Like, if you get asked the question, how much debt do you have? You have to tell the truth. You're not allowed to lie. You can't not disclose debt. I mean, you can choose to not disclose it, but if you get asked about it, you can't choose to lie about it. Like, how much debt does this company have? Well, I'd rather not tell you. Well, then I'd rather not loan you money. Okay, well, we have $41 million in debt. Okay, no, I definitely don't want to loan you any money. You could discharge all the debt but then you've discharged it. You've said, I don't want the money back. And you can do that. But then you can never, ever, ever get the money back. Because you would have to issue to the company a letter that says, I am forgiving the debt. How is Intrepid going to make money when they have to make, just to pay back Steven, approximately, let's say 90 million is what he ultimately puts in. And I don't believe he is. Well, let's say that. Then they have to make $90 million to pay back Steven. And enough money to run the company. Realistically, $30 million a year for payroll, salaries, 401k matching, insurance, social security payment that the employer has to pay, unemployment tax that the employer has to pay. And then you have to pay Epic their 5%. And so somebody was like, well, it'll be easy if they have a million subscribers. You have 1 million subscribers on servers that are 10,000 people per server. So you're going to need how many servers? If you have that many servers, that shit ain't cheap. And then, on top of all of that, every referral account, you have to pay back the money. You have to pay back all of the back referral money that you owe, that I'd almost be willing to bet they didn't take 15% out of all the transactions and put that into a interest-bearing escrow account so that the money is there when they need it. That's going to be another sizable debt that as soon as they launch, within 1 quarter of launching, they're going to have to pay all the eligible people all that referral money. So, realistically speaking, probably thought that they would fund that at launch with non-backer purchases. Right, but remember, now you're robbing Peter to pay Paul. Because now, say you get a million users at launch. And you make in the first month $15 million. Except you won't make that because your first million people, at least 130,000 of them have subtime. At least 130,000. It's probably closer to 250,000 backers have 3 months of subtime. Is your game good enough that all of the people that only have 3 months of subtime are going to stay? If not, once those 3 months of subtime are over for those, let's say 50,000 people, then they're gone. They're done. They are finished with your game. They're finished with you. And now the next 3 months, more fall off. The next 3 months, more fall off. The next 2 months, more fall off. 1 more month, more fall off. I don't think the Ashes of Creation community, who don't have a tactical thought in their skulls, understand Intrepid's not looking at being able to launch with only 1 million players. They need approximately 800,000 players who are paying cash. Because the moment they go live, they're going to have that massive millstone of affiliate money. Like, imagine Lazy Peon and how many people, like, so you got 130,000 alpha backers. And let's keep it conservative. And 40,000 of them came into the game through a referral code. Let's just keep it, we won't say half. 40,000. Let's say on average, the 15% you owe is $40. That's a lot of fucking cheddar you owe. That's $1.6 million you owe in referral money. That's a lot of fucking users. When you also have to keep your company running. When you also have to pay off these debts. And remember, you're going to be incurring costs if you're going to do your big marketing push. And they're fucking hosed. Even if they manage to launch, I don't see Ashes of Creation being able to be successful because I think they're fucking just so far upside down. I think they're so fucked that if they walked 50 miles in the right direction, they'd still be fucked. Yeah, I think I did break it, man. I think I took that one and that was it. There's no more deviations to be had. Not trying to be a doom bringer, not trying to be a harbinger, but you better fucking have a better goddamn plan than you're putting up on the demonstration, or I think you be fucked. Because you still have, and again, I know the Ashes of Creation White Knight Brigade would fucking crucify me for this. You got 80% of the fucking game realistically still yet to build. 80%. You have everything from 25 to 50 left to build on your archetypes. And then a 64 class system. Augments. 4 node types, 5 stages now, because we cut, what, 40% of the node, or 28% of the node system out? Social organizations. You still have to get castle sieges working. I'm just waiting for a repo team to come in during the Ashes live stream and start taking assets. So, what assets? All that art. All the art assets. Also, can I just say, after looking at their, after looking at the way their company handles the, handles things, when you have a fucking front desk employee that refuses to give their name to the process server, that tells me everything I need to know about your company. My secretary, when I was in the corporate world, my secretary was the one that was responsible for, she was the company receptionist. So anybody coming into the building saw her. She got served with legal paperwork multiple times. She had absolutely no problem giving her name to the process server. Because the server's not the fucking enemy. The server is just bringing you court paperwork. You have a guy, it's on the court, it's in the Intrepid paperwork, in the lawsuit. The guy literally wouldn't identify himself. I think he eventually gave a first name. But he wouldn't give a last name. Last name refused. You won't give your last fucking name to somebody serving court paperwork? The fuck sort of company are you working for? Are you so worried that somehow you're gonna be held responsible? Like, you're not responsible. Not your company. Do I see Intrepid starting to use AI art to try to save a few bucks? Can we be honest for a second? I don't even know what the fuck they're doing with their art, because why does their art look so fucking good in the showcases and look so fucking bad in the game? Like, why does your fucking game look so washed out? Like, the only time the person at the front desk is liable if they sign for it and then they chuck it in the fuck it bucket. Now, honestly, if the boss was in and there was a process server there, I'd be like, stand by. Yeah, there's somebody here to serve paperwork. Which corporate? I'm not taking it. And if they're like, well, you have to take it. I'm not a representative of the company. I'm just the fucking receptionist. I said, I'm also not gonna tackle you if you want to walk in the building and find somebody in a room that says executive. You wanna walk in, I'm not stopping you. You're here to do a purpose. I'm just not signing for that. And I could get down with, if a person did it that way, be like, I'm not giving you my name because I'm not signing for that. I'm not a representative of the company. That I'm not on the board, and they'd be perfectly within their right to do that. I am not a corporate officer. I'm not taking it. What the fuck, man? Like, literally no deviations anywhere? What the fuck? I broke it. I broke the whole fucking game. Shitty fucking 3D modelers or whoever is doing the 3D isn't talking to the 2D art. You know, I would actually agree with you on that. It kind of seems like that. It kind of does seem like that. And it's such a shame too, because Ashes could have been a game that radically changed the genre. And the only thing we have now is that Ashes is a game that's going to make other companies hesitant to try to build an MMO. Other companies are going to become hesitant to try to do MMO work because of the high cost of failure. Not the high risk of failure, the high cost of failure. Transfer Paradise Coin, transportation cookie. There we go. But no, I think ultimately I don't see Ashes of Creation being successful. I don't even see Ashes of Creation actually launching. I'll be right back. Didn't I see somebody say something before I walked out? Oh, the MMORPG genre is looking pretty bleak. Companies are bailing on it because it costs too much and needs too much development and maintenance to make it worth their time. You're not wrong. But I don't think companies are completely bailing on it. I think what needs to happen for the MMORPG genre is either Guild Wars 3 needs to be a fucking banger, or Chrono Odyssey needs to be a fucking banger. Where Winds Meet needs to be a banger. Or Arcade Chronicles needs to be a banger, but Arcade Chronicles isn't an MMORPG. By their own statement, they're not an MMORPG. What the hell? So by their own statement, they're a online multiplayer game that focuses on the single player experience. Which is fine, which is cool. I can live with that. I think you are right in your other... Where were you? I think you were right in your other statement. MMORPGs are very high risk, high reward. Thank you. MMORPGs are very high risk, high reward, high maintenance, high vigilance products. But and this is a huge but if a game company would be more interested in making dollars than making sense, I really do believe an MMORPG could make a company more money than they need. But where I see game companies struggle is okay, if I told you, you saw me break down the Twitch thing about how Twitch could turn around and get themselves, you know, why can't I do math in my head today? So I get 100 streamers and I get them to each stream 2,080 hours in a year. I'm gonna pay them $75,000 for that. For $7 million, I just got 208,000 contact hours. That is huge, because what I've done is I've now set myself up where I can tell. So I go out and I get 20 MOBA players, I get 20 Battle Royale players, I get 20 survival game players, I get 20 shooter players, I get 20 MMORPG players. And then I build a portfolio of those players. And then Where Winds Meet is coming out. Well, if Twitch did this right, they would have 100, and they could have more, but we'll just do it with 100. We'll do it with a $7.5 million cost. Then Where Winds Meet is coming out, and Twitch, being smart, would reach out to them and say, we understand you have a new MMORPG coming out. We'd like to talk to you about buying advertising on Twitch, but not in the traditional sense. Yes, we're going to talk to you about that, but we want to talk to you about, we have the profiles of 20 streamers who we can create up to 800 hours of programming a week for your game and your game alone. Here's their 20 profiles, double-sided book. Here's Jay, here's his stats. Here's Rail, here's his stats. Here's Karthos, and his stats are all negative. He has negative viewers. How the fuck? And then they go through and they're like, okay, Twitch is like, for for $250,000, we can have all 20 of our streamers stream your game for 2 weeks. And they say, okay, we're not really sure about that. Okay, well, how about this then? For $150,000, we can have all 20 streamers stream your game for 2 weeks, but you need to generate a referral code for each of our 20 streamers, and then you need to share with us the metric of how many users sign up through them, and then you owe us $3 a user. And then they start thinking about it, and they're like, well, shit, man. No, we'll do the $250,000 for 2 weeks. Well, now, Twitch, $250,000 in the bank. They hold that money in case any of those 20 streamers in that category don't generate the $75,000. But now here's where the next piece comes in. Then Twitch needs to say, all right, if you want this to be really effective, you need to do a Twitch drop campaign. You have to do a Twitch drop campaign that only our streamers have the drop. You can do a Twitch drop campaign where every streamer has drops, and you can even do a third Twitch campaign where your content creator program streamers have drops. But we're bringing you 20 streamers. And now maybe the company says, yeah, I want everybody but Jay and Karthos. I'm looking at that. I don't really like those two. Okay. It doesn't change the dollar amount. And then the company says, not only do we not want Jay and Karthos in the buy, we don't want those two individuals covering our game at all. Okay. So then I get a message from my manager. Hey, we talked to the Where Winds Meet people. They don't want you covering it, and since you work for us as an independent contractor, you can't cover that game. Yes, boss, you're paying me $75,000 a year. Now, they can't stop me from covering. If I really want to cover the game, then my 40 hours that I owe Twitch for the week, I don't cover it. But now, I don't stream on Twitch, and I go to Kick and I go to YouTube. I build my brand over there. There is so much more that could be done with creator programs in Twitch and making money. But Twitch is fucking worried about making pennies. They're worried about the pennies on the floor. They're not worried about, they're not even fucking concerned with the stacks 100 on the table. Because it takes work. Because you got 100 people in a creator program. So now Twitch is going to have a support team of about 7 to 10 people to support those 100 streamers. And yeah, some of it's going to be a lot of waste. And yeah, you're going to have about 5 managers. You're going to have an asset artist. You're going to have a social media in person. Be like, that social media person has to say, all right, MMORPG players. Well, the social media person needs to say, all right, what game do we have coming up? Where Winds Meet us next week? All right. Social media person goes to the MMORPG program manager. I need the schedules for your people. They need to schedule themselves out if they want social media coverage. Remember, they're independent contractors. You can't tell them when to work. You can only tell them that they have to do 40 hours of work. All right. If you want social media pushes, then here's how it's going to work. We're going to social media it up this way. And then if you do that, holy shit, lo and behold, you might actually see these 100 streamers growing. Now, what's the end goal for those 100 streamers in that program? To get out of the program. To have grown their brands where they no longer need the floor of $75,000. So, streamer grows. Some of those streamers will probably quit making content, to be honest. Some of those streamers will realize they're never going to be more than mid. Some of them may be really good at being mid. Let's be honest. Dennis Rodman. Nobody on the Bulls wanted Dennis Rodman. Nobody wanted Dennis Rodman. Michael Jordan wanted Dennis Rodman. Michael Jordan needed the 20 rebounds a game. Dennis Rodman struggles to make a fucking basket from underneath the basket. But he will go and get you 20 rebounds in a game. Guess what? Michael Jordan didn't need another guy to make points. Him and Scotty and Paxton and Kukoc, they could put all the points on the board they needed. They needed 20 more rebounds a game. It's not always, you don't always need another superstar. In fact, where we have a problem is sometimes companies want every single person involved to be a superstar. For example, I'm not as charismatic as the Lazy Peon or Sawman UK. I'm not charismatic. I'm also not a shill. Sawman's not a shill. He tore Ash as a new asshole. I'm not going to say good things just for the sake of saying good things. I'm gonna call dog shit. I'm gonna say this is dog shit. If you remember, I'm the guy that nearly lost an interview with Steven because I said on my show, I said, Steven needs to learn to shut the fuck up. He needs to learn to shut the fuck up because he talks too damn much about, hi Bear. He talks too much about a bunch of shit and he needs to learn to shut the fuck up. I don't care. I haven't changed that opinion. I will never change that opinion because my opinion with that is still that Steven talks too much and he needs to shut the fuck up. Talk less, show more. How many years ago did I say stop doing a monthly live stream? Now look, some people feel that you need to stay up in people's faces 24 hours a day. Okay, look at Chrono Odyssey. Chrono Odyssey has literally taken the exact opposite response. And their game is playable. And their game was done. Okay? Their game was done and it was in public beta. It was on the fucking launch schedule. They were in pre-launch marketing. And they looked at it and they said, this is your response to our product? This is how you guys feel. You really feel this way. And Rail was, I don't know who else was there. I just know Rail was in the testing. And Rail and I were talking and we were like, this is dead on arrival. This is a 30-day game. No bullshit. This is a 30-day game. This is not, this ain't it. That ain't it, kid. This ain't it, kid. This ain't it at all. And Chrono Studios and Cacao, of all fucking people, they listened. They said, all right. And some people's surveys they got followed up on and they were like, okay, what'd you mean by this? But here's a company, Cacao, arguably one of the worst, if not the worst, fucking company when it comes to not giving a shit about their players. I think we could all agree. Cacao basically got their IP back, their ArcAge back, and they said, you know what, this has been so piss poorly managed, fuck it, we're shutting it down. We don't give a shit that people have spent thousands and thousands of dollars. Fuck it, we're shutting this shit down. This is the company that turned around and said, okay, let's evaluate. Let's talk about where you're at, where we should be at. Let's talk about it. And now look, people have been begging Chrono Odyssey for an update. Begging for an update. Anything. Feed us. Feed us. We're hungry. Give us a nibble. Their literal response is, it'll be done when it's done. By the way, Tim Hortons is really good. And I'm not joking. That is That is literally their feedback. It'll be done when it's done. By the way, Tim Hortons is really good. And I'm not fucking with you. That was their post. I respect the shit out of that. And the reason why I respect the shit out of that is because they're not interested in making things anything other than good. We are going to fix the problems that we caused. We are going to fix the problems in our game. And we have been told we are not on a timeline. We have been told we have as much time as we need to take all of your feedback and make the game good. Chrono Odyssey could be doing what Ashes of Creation does. They could be there, they could be in everybody's face, every single day, because we're afraid of we're afraid of being forgotten. We're afraid of losing the initiative. We're afraid of losing the momentum. They're not afraid. They could be. They're not. They're like, whatever. We're going to release a good game. We're going to take our time. We're going to release a good game. They deserve, even if Chrono Odyssey comes out, and I mean this with every fiber of my being, even if Chrono Odyssey comes out and it is total dog shit, they deserve a round of applause. Because unless companies get the round of applause for making the right decisions, you have to make the right decisions to get the right results. You will never get the right decisions with the wrong results. Yeah, just imagine if they continue to care that much about Chrono a year or two after launch. It could be the game. Now, I want to keep expectations realistic. Unless there was a lot more to the game than we saw, and they gave us a test build, I don't think Chrono Odyssey can be the game. Not because of any reason other than Chrono Odyssey is a caveman meal. It's a steak and 2 eggs on your plate. And for most people, a steak and 2 eggs, that ain't it, kid. For most people, they need the hash brown. They need the toast. They need, if you're having a steak and eggs, you don't need bacon, but they need the glass of orange juice. Chrono Odyssey, from what I saw, was undercooked eggs and overcooked steak. And they could fix that. But like the crafting system wasn't anything to write home and slap your mama about. It was push button, get gear. Not every game needs to have a robust craft. This game is, Once Human is push button, get gear. Not every single game has to have an amazing, oh my god, what the fuck, barbecue chicken ancillary system for every single thing. Not every game needs that. Not every game needs it. Is it nice? Absolutely. Does it make us feel good when they have that? Sure. But not every game needs it. I think Chrono Odyssey, I don't think Chrono Odyssey can save the genre. And I'm not gonna overhype you. I'm not gonna, I'm not that guy. I'm not the jerk you off guy. You have a girlfriend or a mom for that. Some of you, stepmoms. I'm not that guy. What I am is I'm the guy that tells you, yeah, you could probably go on a couple of good dates with her. You're probably not going to marry Chrono Odyssey, but you could definitely take her somewhere other than under the bleachers. She probably cleans up nice enough to take her to a buddy's wedding. She could probably carry you on a +1. You ain't gonna marry her. You're not marrying Chrono Odyssey. You're not marrying Chrono Odyssey. But I think Chrono Odyssey will do enough for the genre to remind people the genre was good once, and now we need a heavy bat to step in. Like, unfortunately, I know Guild Wars players, you're gonna hate me when I say this. You're gonna hate me. ArenaNet shouldn't call their next game Guild Wars 3. Because, number one, you guys haven't gotten this, you guys didn't get this shit right the first 2 times. Number two, how much do you love your MMOs if you keep shuttering them? Well, Guild Wars 2 has been around I understand it's been around forever. Don't name that shit Guild Wars 3. Don't name it 3. Call that shit Guild Wars 2025 if you must. 2030. Put the fucking year on it if you must. Don't call it 3. Hey, look at that, a whale pup. Just don't call it 3. Get in my belly. Come on. Just don't call it 3. What else? I don't think anybody... But you know, Riot has an MMO in development. Why am I still farming Theta? Because I came to Theta accidentally. Muscle memory. Besides, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter which dungeon I go to. I need a stupid, ridiculous amount of I need a stupid, ridiculous amount of mods again. I burned through 200 mods and didn't get I got oh no it's no, it's not. I just muscle memory because I was bullshitting. I just came back to Theta. I don't need a chest piece. Oh, that's right. I need to be doing Forsaken Giant because no, I don't. Hold on, I need to look at my weapon. No, I only have, if I come in here, I only have 134, I only have 131 violent mods. I don't like to even start to try to roll mods until I have 200 because, it's a pain in the ass. But I do want to look at weapon mods. I don't even know what I need to just clear out all of my precision mods, to be honest. I have too many and I don't need them. And I'm also deliberately not looking at talents mods. I lock them if they're good, but I don't roll them yet. Mods. Here. Yeah, this has to get improved. So. Oh, it's the spider bitch tits, isn't it? Oh, I don't want to fucking kill the spider. The spider's fucking annoying. Spider bitch tits, man. Come on. Every running bullseye sucks. I'm gonna kill this bitch. Yeah, as soon as I get rid of them, I'll need them. That's damn right. But no, I think, honestly, we need an MMO. We need an MMO on the market. I would agree with the idea that people have shared. The MMORPG genre is dying because the profitability isn't there. But that's our fault as gamers. If this game had a box price, it wouldn't have had 10 million people at launch. But it would have made... Let me back that up. If this game had a box price, it wouldn't have had 10 million people at launch. It might have had 2 million people at launch. But so many gamers are spending $500, $600, $800 in cash shops that if it had a monthly sub, it would make 180 bucks off you in a year. But because it has a cash shop, people spend more than 180 bucks in a year. Fellowship. I haven't had a chance to play Fellowship. But thoughts on Fellowship as a game idea. I think the idea behind Fellowship is amazing. I think it's a great idea. And that great idea is that not everybody likes all the bits of the party that is an MMO. Some people just like the dungeon running. And that's fine. I think Fellowship is a brilliant idea for them. I think Fellowship is an idea that allows a game development company to see, oh, hello, Theeny, to see if other ideas will work, to see if other ideas are viable. And you've heard me say this on the show. You've been around the show for years. Oh, hello, baby. It's okay. She's coming home. My cats are all freaked because one of the herd is at the vet. The old lady's at the vet, so they're all freaking out. But you've heard me say for years, I think that game designers spend an awful lot of time on dungeons, and where you want to make some dungeons really, really good, you could also just design Serpentis from Arcage, and you could have, and you could literally have 6 bosses in a row. Fellowship gets a lot of shit from people. There are people who play for 3 hours and say it's no good. They don't even have enough time in the game to unlock all of a single... Well, okay. They don't even have enough time to unlock all of a single character's abilities. And I can respect that. But here's the counter to that. What is the definitive time investment before I can say a game is good or not? Because I would imagine in 3 hours that's enough time to do a playthrough loop. I would imagine 3 hours has given me enough time to see the loop. Now maybe at $6.99, maybe I'll pick up Fellowship for part of my extra life day on the weekend. Maybe I'll do that. But how many hours do I need to have in a game before I know the gameplay loop is bad? And I was thinking about this because this community is very critical. We're a very critical community. We're critical thinkers. And a while back, we said something about people that have 5,000 hours in a game and then rate the game bad. And I realized there's a time and a place where you might have 5,000 hours in a game and rate the game as bad. If they've done a DLC, then you might not necessarily be totally in love with what they've done. I think it varies by game. The game is designed and advertised as a long, slow grind. And if you're judging the way that something works, you need to keep in mind the way it's supposed to work. And I would agree with that statement. However, I also don't want to discount somebody who says the first 3 hours aren't fun. How long am I supposed to slog through something that's not fun on the premise that it's going to magically at some point become fun? Right? So the first 3 hours suck, but the game gets good at 5 hours in. Okay, well then I would have a question for the developers. If the game sucks at 3 hours in and gets good at 5 hours in, why don't you get rid of all the suck and make the game good from 3 hours in, 2 hours in? And I do understand, because I'm not irrational. I understand that there are going to be times where the game's not going to be good. I get that. I understand there's going to be parts of the game you've got to slog through, and I get that. But how much of that is in the first 3 hours of the game? Because if we have too much of that in the first 3 hours of the game, we have a problem. And we need to get rid of some of that. We need to sit down and say, we need to get rid of this grind. Like, for example, EVE Online, if you remember the original EVE Online, making an EVE Online character, that was a long fucking process. Yeah, just like a TV show, there needs to be a hook. Just like a book, there needs to be a good hook. Like, how many people have given up on a book, even a book that I've recommended, because I don't recommend shit books. I think we can all agree I don't recommend shit books. But some people have said even a book I've recommended has been a little slow getting there. And I get that. It has been a little slow getting there. Fucking The Wheel of Time by Robert Jordan. Let's be honest. Let's not fuck about. The Wheel of Time takes quite a while actually getting there. Right? But if you give up on the Wheel of shit, man, even Lord of the Rings. You give up on Lord of the Rings, the book, too early, you're gonna miss a great book. But Tolkien takes a minute getting there. And back in the day, yeah, it's why Destiny can't onboard new players, because the player acquisition experience is dog shit. Like, you can start unlocking some cool shit after 20-30 minutes. The problem is you have to stick onto a character. If you're character hopping, and a lot of critical reviewers do in order to get a lot of shared experience, you're sitting for hours on what amounts to repeating the tutorial 6 to 10 times. Well, okay, so then what I would say there is that we can't discount that feedback. What I would say there is we need to look at that feedback of Fellowship, and we need to say there might be there might be some issues there. We might have some disconnect. Hello, you're under my feet. Hello. There might be some disconnects there, because how do I know what character I want to play? How do I know what character I want to dedicate my time to? I know some people are typecast players. They're always a tank, they're always a healer, they're always a this, they're always a that. But maybe they don't want to be that thing this time. Maybe they want to be something different. So how do they know what they want to play if they don't jump around. And I get it. It would be nice if reviewers would write their review of, I have 3 hours of playtime. I jumped around. I made 5 different characters. So yes, I admit I ultimately didn't get very far into the depth of the game, but I couldn't find a character that I really identified with. None of the characters were really for me. That would be a good review. In my opinion, that would be a good review, because they've told you why they feel that way. They've said they couldn't find a character that really resonated with them. Just looking at the video, it looks like WoW the MOBA. Well, it really is WoW. It really is just a dungeon runner. I'm gonna jump up real quick, and then because I have another talking point about multiple day debuffs and what that would do for games. I'll be right back. So what's the big problem with the modern MMO? In the modern MMO, if we break it down, massive multiplayer online role-playing game. But where's the fucking role play? Okay, so 244s produced the 5-4. We're honestly, and I mean this, and I'm not trying to be snarky. I mean this with every fiber of my being. Where exactly is the role play anymore in role-playing games? And my argument would be, we don't have it anymore. We've gotten rid of it. Everything now in role-playing games boils down to combat stats. Everything is now all combat all the time. Well, why is that? Because making a dungeon that's repeatable is less man hours than making content that is not repeatable. And you can make content what can I say this? So when you're the GM and you're telling a story, and here's the village, and they can either go to the bad guy's place, or they can go to the ruins, right? Or they can go to see friends, or they can travel across the sea to a new continent. Now, when you're the storyteller and you create these 4 things, that's all the players can do. Unless you're a really accomplished storyteller and you have years and years and years and years of NPCs and characters and hook, line, and sinkers and small vignettes. But ultimately, you're a storyteller and you have 4 things planned out. That's really the extent of what the players can do. But in an MMO, if you want players to do things other than combat, and I know this is going to sound like a really simple no-brainer, if you want players to do something other than combat, you have to give the players something other than combat to do. Star Wars: The Old Republic, very bad game for a lot of reasons. Very amazing fucking game for a lot of reasons, and they could have done better. They could have done way fucking better if they had simply made one teeny tiny change to Star Wars: The Old Republic at launch. They could have bought themselves more development time. Football leagues. Football league. 8 people register as a team. 4 alternates. You get given a schedule. You say what you pick the days that you're available to play, or they say, hey guys, the way this works is these are the days that the league is, and that's that fucking be here. They could have taken a PvP thing that was a game. Why am I not? Oh, because I crashed. They could have taken a PvP in-game game and they could have turned it into content that would have given them more time to build the other raids. Now, granted, BioWare did what BioWare is fucking notorious for doing, and BioWare launched something that wasn't ready to launch. But they were probably under pressure, and they were probably broke, or Disney was. I don't think Disney had them at the time. Yeah, because it wasn't Disney Lucasfilms. It was just Lucasfilms. But the trick is, they had the answer. And it wouldn't have been any more content. If a game is going to come out, there's a reason why it's called Old But Gold. Is your game coming out? Yes. Does your game have PvP in it? Yes. Do you have Capture the Flag? No. You failed. Is your game coming out? Yes. Do you have PvP? Yes. Do you have the standard 5-point King of the Hill? No. Why? Why do you not have Capture the Flag? Why do you not have the 5-point King of the Hill? Why do you not have these things? Because then you give the players some, and then you do it as sports. This is the Guild League. This is the Pug League. You don't have to have everything be perfect. You just have to have enough content that people aren't bored. Does your game have PvP? Yes. 1s, 2s, 3s, 5s, 10s, and free-for-all. Well, if we have that many modes, we might not have enough people on any given night to make matches. Cool. Got you. 1v1s are always available. Every day of the week, 1v1s are available. 10-man free-for-all is always available. Tuesdays is 2v2s, Wednesdays is 3v3s, Thursdays is 5v5s. Next month, Tuesdays is 5v5s, 2s, 3s. Next month, 3s, 2, 5s. You're just rotating it through. You built a piece of content once, and now you're going to get gonna create other reasons for people to access it. Leagues, in-game leagues, not leagues organized by the players. In-game leagues. Sign up, register, prizes, good, go. Well, not everybody's going to engage in it. That's right. Not everybody is going to engage in it. But some people are. You're not trying to make a piece of content for every single person to engage in. You're trying to make a piece of content that creates other content. And that's where, well, I don't think people are going to want to do arenas. Okay. Well, look at the games that have been successful and look at the games that haven't. The games that have been successful have good PvP in them. Because it gives the PvPers something to do instead of whine about the fact that they can't run around killing people in the open world. Well, you should just put open world flagging in. Or I could give you 25 things you can do PvP wise. And then you don't have to worry about killing people that don't want to PvP. How about that? But nobody wants to think outside the box. Everybody wants, and really, no offense to some of the PvPers, they don't ever make good arguments. They just make the same argument over and over and over and over again, very, very loudly, to the point that nobody else wants to try to talk. Nobody else wants to try to have a conversation with them because they're just being loud about it. Well, I don't understand why you don't like PvP. I do like PvP. Never said I don't like PvP. I don't like the idea of non-consensual PvP, and I don't like the idea of non-consensual PvP because I've never seen it work good in a game since Lineage 2, and it only worked well in Lineage 2 because in that era there was only about 22, 23, 21, 19, however many there were MMOs to play. It only worked due to lack of availability. Well, that's not true, really. There's 100 plus MMOs that you can play now. Not to mention all the other online games. All the other modes of online games. We didn't have all that when Lineage 2 came out. Final Fantasy XI doesn't even have a graphic user interface in the original version. Why does it have it now? It doesn't. Why does 14 have it? Because WoW has it. And it's now considered the standard. It's considered the expectation. Well, Ashes of Creation could have been good. Ashes of Creation will be good because they're challenging the status quo. No, the fuck they're not. They're not challenging the status quo. They're repeating a fucking redheaded fucking bastard stepchild of Lineage 2 and Arcage. And I'm not saying it can't work, but you're taking some of the most toxic systems and you're trying to put them in together. And Intrepid already has this data because they've already seen this toxic behavior in their alpha. They don't need to suddenly change much. Just look at the data they already have. And the data they already have will tell them, shit, that ain't gonna work. That's not gonna be good for the long-term health of a game. And it's not. Well, Mortal Online 2 is the game that everybody wants. Really, it's the game that everybody wants. With its less than 1,200 concurrent players. Well, everybody is really excited about action combat. Look at Dark and Darker. Yeah? Is Dark and Darker an MMO? No? Oh. So what you're saying is, I should look at League of Legends. I should look at RuneScape because it had 100 million players and make that as my argument for why an isometric click on a 0.7 second tick rate game is exactly what everybody wants in 2025. Dark and Darker flopped hard. It did flop hard. You know why it flopped hard? Because it was entertaining for the first 10 minutes. It was novel, it was new, and then it was bad. just because it's new, just because it does well for a month, doesn't mean it's game of the fucking century. Just because it does well for a month doesn't make it the GOAT. Look at roller coasters. Couple of times I've seen this. Oh, you're stuck in the ground. Couple of times I've seen this with different roller coasters or different rides or different attractions. This summer I specifically took my daughter to Universal Studios in early June because we happen to be down there going to SeaWorld, and so because of the tickets I get season passes for like $250. I took the family into Universal Studios so that Gizmo could ride Rip It Rocket Ride It. I went on it. It was a mistake, but I went on it. And I took her so that she could ride Rip It Rocket Ride It because I wanted, her sister had ridden it, and I wanted her to, she was old enough, it was there, it was available, and they were closing the ride. Now, that particular ride was always really popular. They were closing it because of the nature of the ascent and then the descent. That ride was going to be out of commission for about a year for its scheduled maintenance. It's not the type of ride that does 10 days downtime. It needs quite a bit. It needed quite a bit of recertification maintenance stuff. Yeah, Six Flags USA shuttered permanently. I'll loop that in a second. So, all these people start talking about how Rip It Rocket Ride It is my favorite ride. Well, yeah, they're closing it though for maintenance reasons, and they want to put something new in the park, and that ride takes up an awful lot of real estate. And so cool. But then they talked about permanently closing Fast and the Furious. And all these people were like, no, Fast and the Furious is my absolute favorite ride. Tens of thousands of people posting Fast and the Furious is their favorite ride. Really? All you motherfuckers are saying this is your favorite ride? That's funny, because that ride's always a walk-on. That ride never has a wait. So it's all y'all motherfuckers' favorite ride, but it never has a line. Meanwhile, Hagrid's has a line of 255 minutes. I don't think that doggy hunts very well. I think some people might be bullshitting their opinion. Everybody upset about the Muppets closing. I can't believe they're closing the Muppets. I can't believe they're closing the Muppets. Look, man, I was at Disney twice. And, I was at Disney twice. And in short period of time. And both times the Muppet Theater was maybe half full. Maybe half full. But now you give a shit about the Muppets? If you want a ride to stay popular, you got to ride it every time you go. You have to ride. You have to, like, my daughter single-handedly keeps the ET ride at Universal Studios. She single-handedly keeps its ride count up. Every time we go, we ride at least once a day. Sometimes we ride multiple times in a day, and we try to ride it as many times as it takes for her to be able to ride in the front at least once on the trip. I really like it when we get there and she rides it in the front row on like the first ride of the trip, because then I know that particular checkbox is filled. But there's people that are like, they should take the ET ride out. Why? It's a nice, quaint little ride. And it always has a line. It always has a line. It's getting the push through. So all these things together about amusement parks, everyone's now upset about Six Flags USA, which is the Washington, D.C. area. They're going to shutter that park permanently because they don't make any money. they they don't make money because Six Flags can't draw people the way they used to. And that's fine. It's okay. It's okay that a business shuts. It's okay that a idea for a business closes. Movie theaters. Remember when there were like shit, what was it? AMC, Cinemark, Warenberg, and then I can't think of the fourth major cinema place. There were 4 major cinema places. And then you had the dollar show. You had you had the cheap second run places. There's one movie theater by me now. And then we have this place called The Edge that shows movies. They have a movie theater. They're a legit movie theater, but they're just a one-off. They're the equivalent of a mom and pop. Movie theaters were a huge thing before. Going to the movies was the thing to do. It was the hip thing. It was the hip thing to do. And now, as I've said, I don't want to go to the movie theater. The only time I really go to the movie theater is hold on, I just realized my wife and I think my wife and I both thought somebody else was doing something. We don't go to the movie theater anymore. Because movies are out within what? Less than 3 or 4 weeks on streaming. Like I wanted to watch Saw 10 in the theater. I just sent my wife a message. Our daughter wants to see Phantom at the theater, and we had talked about it the other day, but I think with the cat getting sick, we both dropped it. I just said, hey, mental note, get the Phantom of the Opera tickets, and she's like, get out of my head, I'm doing it right now. But honestly, going to the movie theater is no longer affordable. Movie theater ticket, $19. I'm sorry. Movie theater ticket, $12. Popcorn, $14. Drink, $8. Shit, I'm spending, like, I have a popcorn machine in my house. I have a movie theater popcorn machine in my house. When my kid wants movie theater popcorn for a movie or her friends are coming over, I just I make them popcorn. It's not worth it. And so some people are like, I forgot which actress it was. Some actress, it might have been Katie Sackhoff. Somehow her name is popping in my head. Won't do any more movies unless those movies have a theatrical release. Okay. All right. Movie theaters are going to be done within 20 years. Now, we occasionally go see like a movie at the orchestra, like E.T. We went and saw E.T. at the orchestra. So where they're supposed to be in movie orchestra, it's the live orchestra plays over it. Mr. Beast will be opening his own theme park, Beastland, which will open in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. I don't care for Mr. Beast. I don't particularly like Mr. Beast. I don't, because I don't like the challenges he does. I don't like, he's not on my favorite people person list. I'm glad he's a billionaire. I respect that he's a billionaire and he's trying to make the world a better place in some ways. But I don't really know I'm trying to put this into words. I think some of the challenges that Mr. Beast does are the wrong, that are things that our society doesn't need. We don't need to have people like, I want to be very careful because everybody that goes on his show is a volunteer. Everybody that does these challenges is a volunteer. But just because somebody volunteers to be exploited doesn't mean we're not exploiting the person. Like, strippers volunteer to strip. And so we're not trafficking the person. And I don't ever want to try to insinuate that a stripper is being trafficked. Some are. My daughter elected to be a stripper because she got tired of being poor. And as everybody knows who's been on my show for the last 7 years, my kids when my kids fuck around, the only true teacher is life. So when my kids fuck around, they have to find out. I will never let my kids be homeless. I will never let my kids be hungry, and I will never let my kids drown. But that doesn't mean I'm jumping into swamp water to save you. It doesn't mean I'm going to dig through dog shit to save you. Look, man, you decided to fuck up your own life. You decided that you decided that you wanted to live in a world of shit. Now you got everything you wanted. Do you want to get out of this shit pile? Here's how you do it. It's like, I'm paying for my daughter's apartment on Friday, and the boyfriend's moving in. But the boyfriend's not going on the lease right away. Because there's a plan. There's an overall there's a plan. He's not going on the lease right away. But the last time I was paying my daughter's rent, I had a little bit of a problem. And that problem was I wasn't getting my money. Well, because my daughter's now an adult, she needs to be on the lease. If I don't get my money on the first of the month, I'm telling my daughter when I see her on Friday, look, the total amount of money that it's going to take to put you in this apartment is, oh no, hey rad dude, you don't get to come into my fucking channel and ask me a question. I'm glad this fucking chicken shit coward showed back up. Apparently you missed it when I tore you a new asshole the other day. Why the fuck would you come back into my channel after you're a no-nut chicken shit? You got something to say to me, say it. You clearly aren't banned in my chat. Why are you a chicken shit, no nut having motherfucker with an empty jockstrap? This is the motherfucker that the other day doesn't know the difference between a continent and a country, and then starts PMing people in my chat about how you can't correct me because there's no point in telling me I'm wrong, when the only thing I said to this dumb motherfucker was that Africa is a continent, not a country. So unless you're going to technically declare war on every African country, you can't declare war on Africa. And after I said it to him, instead of him being a big boy and talking in the chat to me, this motherfucker decided to start PMing somebody and talk mad shit. And then I called him out on it, and he ran out of the room like a fucking scalded dog because he couldn't man up. Now he fucking stumbles back into my show today. What happened, man? Did you find your balls? Did you get them out of your mom's purse? You still won't answer why you think it's okay to talk shit in PMs. See, I don't go for that shit. If I'm gonna call somebody a dumb motherfucker, oh, I had to go. Oh, you had to go. You had to go conveniently when you got called out for being a no-nut having motherfucker with no courage and no integrity. I'm not the illiterate fuck who doesn't know the difference between a country and a continent. So why the fuck you magically had to go and now you stumbled your ass back in here? So since you're back, where the fuck do you get the audacity to say stupid shit in my chat, get corrected, because ain't nobody in the chat was going to agree with you that Donald Trump wanted to declare war on Africa because it's a fucking continent. And then you started PMing people talking shit about me. You fucking coward. Your little fingers don't work? Then get your wheelchair a fucking keyboard tray so you can put the keyboard right on your wheelchair attachment, because we ain't doing the whole I'm disabled and he's picking on me. I don't give a fuck if you're disabled. Your hands clearly work. So don't make up your shit where I'm fucking illiterate because I can't type into a phone. Get a fucking keyboard, because you're clearly a keyboard warrior. You kind of need the keyboard to go with it. This is the problem. When the fucking poster child for the failure of the American education system can't say anything in the chat, but has to talk shit to other viewers. That's where I draw the line. You're not banned, so you can talk here, but you don't have the fucking spine to do it. Yeah, you're disabled too. You're disabled too, and you send the receipts. It was funny, though, that he went to you about it. Like, of all the people he could have randomly chosen to talk shit to, like, you were gonna give a fuck. Like, for example, I'll give you a great example of when I'm a dumb fuck, right? I know Faye Lynn's Navy, and I know last night my newsfeed program sent me bad information. I'll be the first to admit it. It gave me bad information. I sent Faye Lynn a message that I said, hey, the last sailor from the Arizona has passed away. And he said, it's a very old ship. I thought everybody from World War II was gone. I was like, okay, let me go look it up. I went back, I alt-tabbed back over to the news thing, and it was yesterday's fucking news. Then I'm like, he was interred at the Arizona in December of 2024. And I'm like, why the fuck are you telling me this a year later? So I said, never mind. He was interned last year. Apparently my newsfeed is alerting me to new stuff. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Shit. You might want to go check that. He's like, I thought they were all dead. That's code for, go check your shit. Go fucking double check that motherfucker. I was like, oh damn. I derped the shit out of that one. Oh yeah, Senator John Kennedy and his they're putting in 2 bills. Yeah, I saw that. That's good shit. I'll show that clip tomorrow. That's really good shit. That's really, really good shit. I like that. I like what he's doing. But I got a couple of minutes left because I gotta span out. I gotta do another 10 hours of Once Human this week, and I usually do a 4-hour show. So we'll just pull a little bit. But yeah, video games. Video games are at a point where yeah, he had to go again. I said Africa because that's what some new places are saying. Okay, show me. Show me a news source. Show me a news source that said Donald Trump wanted to declare war on Africa. Since you said that's what some news places are saying, go find it. It'll be in your browser history. Unless you cleaned it, unless you clear it all the time to get rid of all that nasty porn you watch. See, you notice that some people don't know how to quit. It's what news places are saying. Yeah, which ones? Because either they're going to be reputable news sources that are saying Africa, and I can be like, okay, well, this is where you got it. Or it's going to be those same shitty sources he always uses that are fucking trash to your bottom. Or he's going to be like, fuck. Now I said I have the receipt and I got called for it, and now I got to find it. So now watch as somebody madly scrambles and looks up every fucking news source to try to find one that says Donald Trump is going to declare war on Africa. Heading for war in Africa. Prepositions matter, you illiterate fuck. It doesn't say he's going to declare war, and the rest of that fucking line says Nigeria. Yes, it is grammatically correct to say you're going to be in war. You're going to be at war in Africa with Nigeria. Did mommy and daddy never teach you fucking prepositions? It's probably why you're an illiterate fuck. Because you don't know what prepositions are. It's in the link. It's not even on the article. It is quite motherfucking literally in the hyperlink you just posted. In Africa, not with Africa. Doesn't say he's declaring war on Africa. So the problem here is you're fucking illiterate. Here's our problem, and I've said this to you in the past. You are fucking functionally illiterate. You see all the words, but you don't know what they mean. And yet you come in here and you're like, I'm gonna challenge a guy, I'm gonna say he's wrong. I'm not the illiterate motherfucker that doesn't know what my prepositions mean. Now I'm gonna click on this because I want to see the fucking headline. Holy shit. Just like the fucking hyperlink. I swear to God. If people would actually read the fucking posts. Is America headed for war in Africa? Not with Africa. Trump threatens to wipe out terrorists in Nigeria. So really what the problem is, it's not the problem with the news. It's not the problem with the article. It's a problem with illiterate dumb motherfuckers. It's the problem is with the people that can't read. It's the people that get most of their news from TikTok. Like, no offense, but I keep this guy around because of teachable moments like this. 54% of America reads at or below the 6th grade level. 20% reads at the 3rd grade level. It's functional illiteracy. How can you educate your populace when your populace can't read a headline? The populace actually believes their own bullshit and said, this is what the media is saying. And the media is like, look, man, we wrote this shit at the 7th grade level and you still fucked it up. You still can't read all the words. See Jane, see Spot, see Dick, see Spot, Dick, Jane. I'm telling you. Just so everyone's clear, there's never a reason to push an old lady in a wheelchair down a flight of stairs. There's never a reason to do it. There's never a reason to do it. But you can push them down a proverbial flight of stairs. You can push them down a mental flight of stairs. Because if you don't, they never fucking learn. Oh my god, I got my own 5.5 Pyro Dino. I've only been playing the game for a year and a fucking half. I think that is my second combat 5.5. I got my own 5.5 Pyro Dino. So exciting. This reminds me of the kid on YouTube that interviews complete fucking morons that can't count and don't know how many states they are. Right. Like, I made a response video to him once because like, if you choose your opponents wisely, you can make yourself look smarter. No, I don't need a 5.5 summoner. The only thing I need is a 5.5 zap cam with crack shot. You got one of those in your back pocket? Need a 5.5 lunar zap cam with crack shot. Or a 5.5 lunar dog with crack shot would be nice. Oh, I saw, did you all see that? Yeah, you can't breed lunar. Did you all see that Nintendo or Pokemon is getting some of their patents reviewed? Because they lost their patent in Japan. I thought that was good news all the way around. Now everybody can calm down about like WoW losing summoners and stuff, Diablo losing necromancers. Who existed first? Pokemon or Magic the Gathering? That's a tough question. Because isn't summoning a creature in Magic the Gathering like, was Magic first? I would have thought Magic was first. Yeah, that's kind of what, I know Magic was like one of the very first card games, but was Pokemon in Japan before Magic was in America? Yeah, I think in the US it was Magic the Gathering, but I think Pokemon existed in Japan first. Yeah, as a Pokemon wasn't a card game yet, but Pokemon, well, let's just fucking find out. $1996. Magic the Gathering is worldwide before Pokemon. Magic, and again, this is gonna be one of the ones a lot of people wouldn't think this, because Magic the Gathering and Alpha and Beta. When did the first Pokemon anime come out? 96, 98. When? So yeah, Magic existed 3 years before Pokemon. So I'm actually surprised Wizards of the Coast didn't get involved in that. Be like, what do you mean summoning monsters? Oh, for the love of God, let's double tap. Let's make Rail have a fucking aneurysm. Oh, it's only a 5/3. You would look at the summoner again. So here's the problem for my build. I'm trying to stay inside of my Tides build. But if I'm in the Tides build, I need to have the dog most of the time. Because is it basically the Zap Cam? What'd you say? What do you have spare at 5? Is it a 5/5 you have spare? Let this guy fucking do all the fucking crafting. I never. You just made a 5. Do you have a spare one? Yeah, I'll come pick that up from you and then I'll test it real quick. Oh wait. So the big problem for me though is most of the time I need the dog. Like as you saw earlier you saw yesterday, I died all the fuck over the place. Without the dog to hold aggro for me, I die all the fuck over. Myself right in the face with that barrel. Shit. But I do so much more damage at low hit point. Like, my lunar mods are maxed. What I need to think about doing, though, is... I don't really want to sacrifice another 2% crit rate. But I might be better off... when we're clearing the trash, I might have to switch back to, yeah, if I went Beastmaster, I could use bears to hold aggro. But that's the thing, if I went Beastmaster and I lost the other food buff, I don't think, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, right now, 25% weapon damage, which is usually closer to 32, and then all the other bits and bobs I get from food buffs by being able to stack 2 is usually more damage. I was hoping the other classes would already have been released, but I think they saw the response to the classes and were like, oh, the people didn't like them. Well, yeah, the people didn't like them because they were bad. Like, what is that? Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So, I don't mind sharing a little bit. My wife has a kidney issue. We're both dying. We're both falling apart. She has a kidney issue. And the doctor, our doctor was out last week. His favorite holiday is Halloween. So he was out all last week. He always takes Halloween week off. She saw the partner in the practice, and she was given the wrong antibiotic. Now our doctor is pissed because she's been walking around with an infection in her kidney again. The doctor is not happy. I also want to say about Once Human, I think they should just get rid of food spoilage. If you're going to take out most of the survival, take out the food spoilage. Because at this point, it's just a pain in the ass. It's not even like... It's an annoyance. Or triple it or something. Do I have any thoughts on the Nintendo patent situation? I do. Then she saw her doctor's ex-partner. Yep, fucking pretty much. I'll come get that, I'll come get that thing, and I'll run one with that. Oh, hold on. I'll be right back. I don't know what the fuck it is with Amazon. I'm gonna look something up real quick. So, you know how I talk often about society. I had to look up Amazon's policies. I talk often about we have created a society that's completely unfriendly. Our society is very, very, very unfriendly. My old Amazon delivery driver, he doesn't have the route anymore. He used to ring the doorbell when he would drop off the packages. Because I talked to him a bunch of times, and I said, yeah, I live in a place where he has to walk the package all the way up to the door. Like, it's all the way up the fucking door. Oh, there you are. So it would be nice, thank you, and I'm gonna go test this. It would be fucking nice if they would ring my damn doorbell. And I say that because this neighborhood has fucking porch pirates. And I have all the alerts set up on my phone so that as soon as a delivery is registered, I go down and I get it. Now, it doesn't always grab me right away. There's sometimes a delay. But he used to ring the doorbell so that I knew right away that I had a package. Amazon doesn't ring the doorbell because people got upset because, like, sleeping babies got woken up. Would you be more upset if your package got stolen? Because that that seems like a really kind of fucked up reason to not ring people's doorbells, to stop them from getting their shit stolen. Like, ring my doorbell when you drop the package off. Then I know you dropped it off, and then I can go and get it. Well, what if I woke up your sleeping baby? Well, aren't the fucking police that are gonna have to come so I can fill out a fucking stolen item report? Because that's why. And I give Amazon mad props. I give Amazon great props for their taking a picture. They take a picture when they put the product on your doorstep, because then it's not their fucking problem if it gets stolen. Now, it does bite them in the ass because Amazon, for some odd reason, can't always manage to put the deliveries on the right doorsteps. And I had that issue. Package wasn't delivered to my house. Called Amazon, and they were like, well, we have a picture. I said, hey, do me a favor and look up any one of the other 200 deliveries that have been made at my house. That ain't the right fucking porch. And the lady was like, hold on. And she's looking, and she's like, well, it kind of looks like the same porch. I was like, the concrete on my fucking porch is red, lady. How is it kind of look like the same fucking porch? Don't ask why I have red concrete. Please don't. Yeah, except all those ring cameras of drivers dropping off packages, taking pictures, then taking... And right. And so that's part of the problem. And I agree with you. But I think the idea of taking the picture when they put it on your doorstep is good, because then it's... Okay, so it can't hit the giant. Oh, wait. Oh, it's the giant's immune to the summoner. It's not even... It's not putting another debuff on. Yes, the fuck it is. Oh, okay. No, it is. It is. I'm gonna let Skippy recharge. That was critting for 95k. That was critting for 95. Yeah, I was the AoE blast is critting for 95. Stop breaking shit. And that's critting for 95 on normal ammo. Ow, pokey, that's my butt. $63, $29, $25. Okay, now you're hitting him. $43, $40. Wait, it's not. $87. Yeah. There you go. Hey, and a level 5 nutcracker. What up, Nutty? 5-3 though. Kinda hurting my feelings. My butts. I know. I know. Your friend will be back. Your friend is on the way home. Your friend got an IV. Doing good. Got fluids. Doing good. My wife's cat got really sick really quickly. Now, the cat's end of lifing. The cat's end of lifing. The cat's 12 years old. We adopted the cat at 12 years old. End of life. Cat got really, really sick. Really, really quickly. Really sick, really quickly. No warning, no nothing. Cat just gets ill. Said to my wife, I was like, all right, here's the deal. We talked about this was an end-of-life cat. Of course, I can't just let a cat die. I can't let a cat die of nothing. I need to know what the cat's dying of. Takes the cat to the vet. $500. Okay, fine. The cat's intestines are all compacted. That's usually what happens when they eat string. No. Cat just had a bellyache. Just had an upset tummy. Cat's fucking fine. Oh, damn it. Hey, a level It's a 5-3. I'm gonna get killed by my own fucking... I'm gonna get killed by my own hive mate. Stop that shit. Oh. Alrighty. So, that is my show for today. As a reminder, I've got show tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm just going to be in the just chatting category as we try to raise some money for Extra Life for Kids. Saturday, I might buy Fellowship for Saturday. Do a little bit of this on Saturday and then do a little bit of Fellowship. And then I'll probably do a little bit of a show on Sunday. I can't do the long streams anymore. I just, it's not something I can do. So yeah, as a reminder, he had to go suddenly. Again, he had to go. It's okay though, because what we're allowed to do is we're allowed to run around and act badly, and then when we get asked for our sources, we're allowed to just, you know, make up whatever we want. And it's nobody's fault but the mean guy. Whatever. I will be back tomorrow. I will see you guys then.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gale, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jalan's imagination.